Dear colleagues and my dear partners, so it is a real pleasure to welcome you to the fifth module of our training course. So this journey is one we are proud to take in a close partnership with the Sigma program, a trusted ally in driving systematic reform in Ukraine's public administration. So this model focuses on a topic that is fundamental for building and capable and trusted state public financial management. And behind every effective policy stands a clear and well-planned budget. Strategic planning, transparency and sound financial decisions what trust ideas into impact. We have an interpreter? Yes? Great.
Recording in progress.
And I see that my colleagues, you understand me? Yes? Great. Nice. Okay. And behind every effective policy stands a clear and well-planned budget. So for Ukraine, a strong financial governance is not just a good practice, it's a necessity. Our partners and international community expect us to manage public resources responsible. Their trust is key to continued support, economic resilience and our pathway toward EU membership. In times of war, the stakes are even higher. The Ukrainian facility plan, as you know, is built on the assumption that our public financial system will be transparent and aligned with European standards. So that means more than just fiscal stability. It means institutions that are digital and accountable and staffed with professionals who can make it happen. And the quality of public financial management depends on people, those who plan budgets, analyze financial data, draft reports, monitor spending, and ensure every public hryvnia brings real value. We are grateful for the entire Sigma team, and in particular, our trainees, to Mr. Elaster Svorbrink and Mr. Ferdinand Pot and their colleagues for your expertise, your commitment and your deep belief in Ukraine's ability to transform. Your partnership helps for us as building not only a better system, but a stronger future. So I invite you to treat this model not just as a class, but a shared space for dialogue and professional growth. And I wish you productive discussion, fresh insights, and most importantly, the motivation to bring what you learned today into your daily work. Thank you. Thank you for being part of this journey. And let's keep learning, improving, and building the future Ukraine versus. Thank you. And audience is yours, please.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Alistair Swarbrick from OECD Sigma, and I lead the PFM, Public Financial Management team at Sigma, and I'm joined by my colleague, Ferdinand Pot, one of our key members of, oh my goodness, didn't expect to see that, by Ferdinand Pot, one of my key colleagues in the Public Financial Management team. And we're here to talk you through the principles, but the assessment methodology we underuse for assessing the progress and the achievement of delivering good public financial management within the public administration. And I would be biased in saying that I see this as probably the most important area of the Sigma principles. I would say that, because without the money and managing that effectively, we can't do much else in terms of effective public administration. So through today, myself and tomorrow, myself and Ferdinand will talk you through, how many? We're talking seven principles and the indicators. Ferdinand's going to, like his name is, his diminutive name is Ferry. So I keep calling him as Ferry. It is Ferdinand. It's the same person. We'll talk you through the budget management side of things. He will talk to you about good budget planning, execution, reporting. And then I will talk about such lovely topics as internal control, internal audit, external audit, which are all part of one of the chapters of the key, chapter 32. And then at the end, Ferdinand will have the pleasure of talking to you about the indicators on financing of regional and local government as well. So we hope that it will be a productive and helpful day for yourselves to understand the assessment methodology and how we actually measure good public financial management as part of our framework. And hopefully my Scottish accent won't make your understanding of my English too challenging as well. So with that, I will do, we've got some general slides we want to go through. And okay. If I...
No?
I think we're okay. Unless you want to say something. Yeah, we've got enough. We've got to speak enough for the next few days, so we'll be tired anyway. Okay. So, as it was said, we're talking about principles on public financial management, including audit, and just a couple of key things about the principles. So the principles are basically a framework of standards which we use to define good public administration. And these were produced in collaboration with the European Union and the OECD Sigma. They were first produced in 2015, and we updated them in 2023. They were designed at the request of the European Commission to help them, provide as a tool to help them assess EU enlargement and neighborhood policy. And for us at the OECD, they basically serve as principles for dissemination of the OECD's good governance standards and practices that we see in that. These principles, which we use, have been based and drawn up on the formal requirements of the EU acquis communautaire, OECD's recommendations in its various reports on governance, public financial management, and other areas, and other international standards and good practices of the European Union and OECD members. In the public financial management area in particular, there are quite a lot of international standards around financial reporting, auditing, that are out there and which form the basis for quite a few of the principles that we have. And as we say here, the principles are available in the Ukrainian language on our website at that link. So today we're going to be basically talking about the methodology we use to assess how countries are doing in meeting the principles of public administration. The methodology is basically a framework of indicators and measures to actually summarize a wide range of information about the actual functioning of the public administration and help us to present the results of that through a number of composite indicators which have a value ranging from 0 to 100. The methodology, the framework, mirrors the principles that we've developed, so that as a rule, where we have one indicator is used to assess each individual principle. And I should say that I think there are 32 principles, okay? And then, which are and then there's a number of sub-indicators under each indicator, and they're generally linked to one or more sub-principles. So in total, the system has composed of 36 indicators and 289 sub-indicators. There's not quite a one-to-one relationship, but near enough. And under each sub-indicator are a number of criterion help to measure the basic, to make them, say that again. Under each sub-indicator there are a number of criterion, and each criterion is a basic methodology assessment unit. Each criterion is a benchmark for a single element of public administration functioning, generally speaking, relevant for achieving the standards laid down in the principle. And overall, across all the 36 indicators and 289 sub-indicators, there is a total of 1,710 criteria which we use to measure. And this will become more transparent and clear as we go through the day as what we mean by these factors. Unfortunately, the methodology is only available in the English language at this moment in time. Those are the principles of public administration. There's the document on assessment methodology, and there's the report that we did on public administration in Ukraine in January 2024. Unfortunately, that was done using the previous methodology before it was updated in 2023, before it was updated towards the end of 23-24. But the next time we do an assessment in Ukraine, it will be under this revised methodology with the revised indicators. So, in a nutshell, we have the principles and the assessment methodology. Under the principles, there are 6 thematic areas, under which there are a number of principles under each thematic area, and again, under each sub-principle. So there should be a measure across each thematic area. We get an area average from the assessment methodology. It gives you an overall impression about how public financial management is doing, so shall we say. And then underneath that, for each principle, there's an indicator which tells you how that area or specific principle, how well the country is doing in achieving that principle. And then for each sub-principle, there's a sub-indicator, generally speaking. Sometimes there's not quite a one-to-one relationship. Sometimes there's a couple of sub-indicators that measure a sub-principle. This is what we're going to be talking about for the next day and a half, the various assessment methodology, to show you how we actually build up the assessment for each of the various indicators and how that relates to the principles. And this shows you a summary of the results from using this methodology in the Western Balkans in 2024 across the 6 areas that we do. And you can see that the outside of the circle is the top of the score, is on where you reach 100 on the various sub-principle indicators. See, we always get confused with the terminology ourselves when we're speaking about it, but 100 is the maximum you can score for each indicator. And the further out, the darker triangles are, the better the score. And we can see that public financial management is one of the better areas in terms of performance in the Western Balkans, actually, in terms of the scores they were getting on the various indicators. So these are the 6 thematic areas that we look at under the principles. The strategy of public administration reform, policy development and coordination, public service and human resource management, organization accountability and oversight, service delivery and digitalization. But today and tomorrow, we're focusing just on the thematic area of public financial management. And these are the 10 principles. 10? Yeah, 10 principles under public financial management. So first we have the budget management side of things. Principles 23, 24, and 25, where budget planning, we're looking at the medium and annual budget planning processes, the arrangements for fiscal councils, etc. Then in Principle 24, we're looking at liquidity management, looking at cash and treasury management, debt management, those sort of areas. And then Principle 25 is more about the budget reporting on the execution of the budget, the scrutiny of that budget by external audit and the Parliament. Then we have principles 26 and 27, which align with the European Commission's policy around public internal financial control under Chapter 32 of the Acquis Communautaire, where we took at Principle 26, which is about management and internal control, looking at the arrangements for ensuring public finances are effectively managed and controlled. And then Principle 27, looking at the internal audit arrangements around the scrutiny internally of the public financial management. Public procurement, we're not discussing today. Our colleague will be doing that in the future. I think on an online training. There's 3 principles around public procurement, but we're not looking at those today. Then we have external audit in terms of the work of the Supreme Audit Institution, generally speaking, or the accounting chamber in Ukraine, and how effective that is, how effective it is in carrying out its mandate, and whether it's independent as well. And then the final area we'll talk about is around the financing of regional and local governments, Principle 22. As I said, we updated our principles in 2023 and our indicators. And basically what happened from the previous version, and the previous version of which Ukraine was assessed on, was that we consolidated the number of principles on the core PFM areas, excluding procurement. We consolidated 10 principles to 6 principles, and we added a new one on financing of regional and local government. We included some new topics in our principles, one on revenue collection, the work of tax authorities, mostly on tax efficiency and effectiveness, tax collection efficiency and effectiveness. In terms of some of the areas, in terms of the budget side of things, we had increased our focus on things like fiscal risks and public investment management, from the perspective that these are key issues for the European Commission and how they look at countries. And on terms of internal control and audit, we look at being more effectively a risk-based approach that they take to that. And then from an audit perspective, we're looking to ensure that their work was focused on trying to have greater impact and helping management to improve how they manage public finances. So, I've said enough for the moment, and now we get into the real meat of the discussion. And Ferdinand's going to talk you through, I think, this morning's session, budget planning and liquidity management first, I think. So I'll hand over to Ferdinand, and Ferry, you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can ask if there are any questions first on the introduction of Alistair, the things that you heard about this overall framework. Not yet? Then, yes. Next assessment. I think it's in discussion with the European Commission when they want, but there will definitely be one. And whether it will be in 26 or 27, I cannot say definitely.
But it's coming, I think, is the message.
Yeah. So, let's say my name is Ferdinand Pot. I'm originally from Netherlands and working then for Sigma in the domain of public finance management. Before I go, let's say, in this technical details of budget planning, just want to say something about, let's say, the context in which we do all this work and in which you are working. And well, it's something I would like to say beforehand, because in Ukraine we know you are in an, let's say, in a war situation already for 3 years long. We are coming from Paris. We are happy to be here, but next week we go back again. We realize that for you have to do your work in this difficult situation that you are facing. And I just want to say, and I know that I speak for all of the people in Sigma, I think for the large majority of the people in the Netherlands, that I know that we are very grateful for, let's say, I think what you do as a country because we see that Ukraine is, let's say, defending Europe as well, and that you're defending European values in this situation. So before I start then with the technical work, we see this and we are very grateful for that effort, whether people in the front or people working in the government administration. So working for Sigma is also in that sense, let's say, rewarding for me, because I mean, we see it as our goal to help the accession countries, of which Ukraine is one, to accede to the European Union. And I think that would be really a great, let's say, reward for your work, for our work, if Ukraine can access the European Union, the sooner the better. Let's work all on this. And this whole framework that we discuss is important in that respect, because the European Commission is using this whole framework of measuring public administration in their monitoring of the progress of Ukraine towards the European standards. Some principles, as mentioned by Alistair, have a specific chapter, Chapter 32, on public internal financial control, and also on public procurement. It is a separate chapter. But all the other areas of public financial management, they are part of the so-called fundamentals that are being assessed by the European Union. There are three fundamentals. One is democracy, second is rule of law, and the third is public administration. And public finance management is one of that. So the better, let's say you reform in these areas of public financial management, the faster we hope that the accession process will progress. Okay then. So among the various principles that we discussed, the first is budget planning. Our formulation of the principle is that budget planning should focus on whether the annual budget is comprehensive. So that is a criteria, the annual budget is comprehensive and formulated within a credible and rolling medium-term framework, balancing the policy needs with fiscal constraints. Well, let's say an encompassive formulation what we expect that the budget planning process should be. As explained by Alistair, so this is the main principle formulation, but it is broken down in sub-principles. For this one on budget planning, we have 10 sub-principles, which all explain what are the elements that we think are important to have a good budget planning process. The first one is about the budget calendar. There must be a budget calendar, and the budget calendar must be complied with. It's issued by the Ministry of Finance, and it should give budget organizations sufficient time to prepare their budget proposals. The second element is that there should be a medium-term fiscal framework in which the budget is being formulated. So a fiscal framework focusing on aggregate debt, aggregate revenues, aggregate expenditures. What is your budget deficit? What is your total debt? Policy in that respect. So we look at this medium-term fiscal framework as a second element. The third element is a medium-term budget framework. Medium-term budget framework that is different from the fiscal framework. The fiscal framework only looks at, let's say, fiscal policy in terms of your government deficit, your debt ratio. And the medium-term budget framework, what it does is that it breaks down your total expenditures as a country towards the main policy sectors and towards the main budget organizations. That should be done in a medium-term budget framework. A fourth element is that we look what the role is of line ministries in coordinating the budget within their sector. And we think that ministries have a larger responsibility, should have, let's say, a large responsibility for managing the budget preparation within their sector. It should not be the Ministry of Finance who determines everything within the sector, but it should be the line ministries. And fifth element is whether there is an independent oversight body that can give independent, let's say, advice or comments on the budget that is being prepared by the government. Whether it's too optimistic, whether some crucial risks are not included. This independency, or the existence of an independent oversight body is considered important because so that, let's say, the budget framework is not too politically colored, but that there is an objective scrutiny of the budget. Basically constraining, let's say, the political efforts. Most of the time, this is done by a so-called fiscal council, but there can be other solutions. So we are saying there should be an independent oversight body. The sixth element is then if the budget is being prepared and it is being presented to the parliament and the public, that the budget documentation is comprehensive. So that the budget includes all public expenditures. Nothing is left outside of the budget of public expenditures, all revenues. It gives information on the risks in the budget. Tax expenditures and multi-annual commitments. We will come back to that later. The seventh is that the budget, this is about budget classification. So if the budget is being prepared, that it is being prepared using all or the four most important classifications: administrative classification, economic, functional, and program classification. An eighth indicator focuses specifically on capital investments and is looking whether these capital investment projects are managed or are included in the budget adequately. The ninth sub-indicator looks at the role of the parliament, that the parliament has time to analyze and debate the budget, and also whether the parliament is doing that timely so that the budget is approved before the start of the fiscal year. And the last element, the 10th principle, focusing on citizen engagement. So all efforts that the government is doing to engage the public, citizens, in the budget process to explain how the budget is allocating the resources. So these are the 10 sub-principles that we use to let's say, to get an overall, to get a perspective how budget planning is operating in a country. These principles are not yet the measurement framework. These principles are still only formulations, but we took a next step to make a measurement framework. For each of the sub-principles, we have a measurement method to see to what extent this sub-principle is being let's say, how the performance is on each of those sub-principles. So I will go now through each of these measurements for each of the sub-principles, and that goes into more detail. In the meantime, please feel free to raise your questions if there is something that you would like to have more explanation about, or whatever is, let's say, on your mind. So as I said, the first principle is about the budget circular. The budget circular. So what are the elements that we use to see whether the budget circular is, let's say, the process surrounding the budget circular is working well? Well, we have four principles here, four criteria here. So yes, here these are the criteria to measure the principles. So the first criterion is that there should be a budget calendar. So sometimes there are countries that have important date when the budget should be done in the organic budget law. And they say, okay, everything is in the law, we don't need a budget calendar. No, we think that every year the Ministry of Finance should issue a budget calendar in which it states this is the process that we will follow to prepare the budget, and this is what line ministries should comply with when they submit their budget proposals. So we say there is a budget calendar. It's in legislation, key dates, but also in the budget instructions. So it is, and so there should be such type of document. We think that this budget calendar should cover both the preparation of the medium-term budget framework as well as the annual budget framework. So normally, and I think also in Ukraine, you have a strategic phase going from March till June, and then an annual phase to prepare the annual budget from July with a few months after that. So the budget calendar should cover both these, let's say, aspects. We will see whether the budget calendar has allows time for each of for the line ministries or budget organizations to prepare their budget. And the fourth one is we look whether the budget calendar has been respected during the last full year. So whether the dates that were in the calendar were also respected. This is how we measure then whether this first principle is met and how the performance is on this principle. Yeah. Any people from the Ministry of Finance, from the budget department in this room? Otherwise, I would like to ask them whether they think that they are meeting all of these four criteria. Yeah.
Now we are in progress of submitting the budget declaration for next 3 years.
Yep.
The details will cover annual budget. So we have enough engagement of all line ministries in the process, both for medium-term budget declaration and annual budget. And regarding the respected schedules and times, so our situation is and our situation is IMF and other international it impacts on the schedule of the calendar, but still Ministry of Finance is doing it better to respect all the deadlines and even in the 4 years we will start submitting annual budget to the Parliament, and it was approved well in advance before the end of the year. So
Okay.
we are not at the end.
Yeah.
This number is you can put
In the middle. Yeah. Okay. Good to hear. I would say experience from Western Balkan is that most of them would, let's say, well, actually, it's not true, but most would have the biggest problem with the fourth criterion. So whether it has been respected. And I can imagine in Ukraine you have these issues with the war and yeah.
Now we are in special circumstances, but in ordinary circumstances before
Yeah.
the calendar
Yeah. So let us say maybe also when we let's say make a measurement of this, and then we say, I mean for this sub indicator, I know the country can earn or gain 5 points for this. So if, for example, number 4 is not met, then you will have 4 points or 3 points. That's how it goes. And then we will explain in the report what are the reasons why one criterion is not met. Yeah. Okay. Next sub-principle was dealing with the medium-term fiscal framework. So this is about the fiscal aggregates, the aggregate revenues, aggregate expenditures. Here we have 7 criteria to measure whether this fiscal framework, whether the performance in preparing such a fiscal framework is done well. First, the criterion is saying that it should cover 3 years and it should cover all revenues and all expenditures. Clear? We think that such a fiscal framework should be prepared before the annual budget is submitted to government, which is kind of logical. First, you determine in the fiscal framework what is the expenditure envelope before you can start developing your annual budget. We think that there should be clear fiscal rules for public debt and deficit. Basically, a fiscal rule is saying that by a law, it is stated that the deficit cannot be more than 3%, then the debt cannot be more than 60% of GDP, something like that. Up to the country to determine their fiscal rules. But there should be some fiscal rules to discipline government, basically. If you're in a situation that you cannot meet your fiscal rules yourself, then the legislation should give a procedure how the country should come back or should deal with that situation. That is number 4, that there should be correction procedures. Then we say that, well, there should not only be such fiscal rules in legislation, but we also think that is 5, that in practice, the fiscal framework should comply with these fiscal rules. So the medium framework should comply. And then number 6 and 7 is when you make a fiscal framework, you base yourself for 3 years on forecast. We also expect that these forecasts are done in a good way, in the sense that they should be credible, that you do not project your revenues, you are too optimistic about your revenues in the future, but they should be credible. So then we look we compare different years. We look what has been the forecast in one year, what has been the outcome, and we make let's say, a calculation of that to see how credible the forecasts were. The next sub-principle is then that this aggregate expenditure framework, that it is broken down into expenditure ceilings for each sector or for each, we call them first level budget organization. So out of the total aggregate, what is the ceiling for education, what's the ceiling for health, etc. That is our first, let's say, criterion. We look whether that is in place, whether there is such a document which says that how this fiscal aggregate is broken down. So is there such a document? Before these ceilings are done, we look whether budget organizations had a chance to, let's say, to give their inputs to the Ministry of Finance, to explain to the Ministry of Finance what are their financial needs over time. That's the second one. The third criterion is we look that these ceilings are not only adopted, approved by the Ministry of Finance, but that it is a decision of the whole government, because it should not be the Ministry of Finance deciding what is going to health, what is going to infrastructure or education. That should be a cabinet decision. The fourth is looking then in the document that is being sent or shared also with the Parliament, whether these ceilings that the cabinet has decided, whether that is explained. Sometimes you will see an increase in the ceiling, sometimes you see a decrease in the ceiling. So does the government explain this in terms of a change in policy? Basically, we want to intensify education, we want to reduce social spending. And what are the reasons? Then the 5, 6, 7, and 8 are, let's say, are numerical measurements to see whether this MTBF is not only a document on paper, but whether the figures in the document are also complied with in practice. So we want to see in the 5 whether what has been the ceiling in the MTBF, which is normally approved somewhere in May or June. And then we want to see in the annual budget, which is adopted in November, how are these figures comparing with each other? Both at aggregate level and ook at disaggregate level. And with disaggregate level, we mean for each of the ministries. So if there were ceilings for the Ministry of Education and Health, we want to see in the annual budget whether they were met. And then we also want to see that in 7 and 8, because it's a medium-term framework, so there are ceilings or indicative ceilings set for not only for the next budget year, but also for the 2 years after that. And we want to see that we do in 7 and 8, whether these ceilings for the 2 years after that, whether they are also respected in consecutive years. Last one, in terms of this MTBF, is in this, let's say, deciding how budget is allocated to the different sectors and ministries is the element of spending reviews, which is also emphasized by the European Commission, that there is a system of spending reviews which, let's say, helps the government to reallocate budgets across sectors. That budgets are not static, but that they are changed based on, let's say, evidence of effectiveness of spending. Yeah. Well, just something here, just explaining how we will do this analysis to collect this information to measure this, let's say, criteria. Most often we will use the document analysis. So we will ask the Ministry of Finance, please show me the medium-term budget framework that you have and that you used. And we can read the document and analyze the document and ask questions to the budget department if we don't understand something. For some criteria, we also need to get information from line ministries. So, for example, here in the second one, we think it's important that line ministries have an, let's say, can provide input to the budget framework. So we have in our methodology that we will always include 3 line ministries and 2 agencies to see their practice in budget preparation or in PFM matters in general. So we can ask them, how is their experience? Did the Ministry of Finance ask you to give input before the budget declaration is prepared, or you didn't have any opportunity to give your input? And then the third one here is that is for other indicators that we just look at the figures in the budget, in the annual reports, and we have data sheets and we just make the calculations accordingly. In this area, we do not make of another tool that we use, but I think Alistair will probably mention that when he's speaking about internal audit, which are surveys. When Sigma is doing this assessment, at the same time we will use surveys, let's say disseminated to different civil servants in different categories to ask their perception on certain processes. For some principles that is very good to know, so what is, let's say, the perception on individual, on internal audit reports, are they good, are they not so good, then these surveys are very useful. For this principle, I didn't apply them. Well, we are at number 4 of the 10 sub-principles under budget planning, which is about the role of line ministries in the process. We define it in terms of first-level budget organizations, and with this we mean the budget organizations with whom the Ministry of Finance is in direct contact in determining, to do the budget management in determining, let's say, the budget. Let's say, based on EU good practice, our benchmark is that the Ministry of Finance should only have first-level budget organizations, deal only with budget organizations that are the ministries who are responsible for the sector and independent constitutional bodies. But all, let's say, executive agencies, etc., regulatory bodies should be somewhere under the line ministry sector. And yeah, you've yeah.
Okay. We have a problem with that case pending unit that actually we have except of ministries and constitutional a lot of independent bodies, for example, regulatory bodies, anti-corruptional bodies, and all others that by law should be independent, including financial independence. So in that case, it seems that the number of that first-level budget organization should be more than ministries and constitutional bodies, it's correct. But how should we deal with that regulatory and other bodies that are not constitutional, but by other laws they are should be financially independent? How you treat them? Would you include them in the list or not? So, and what would be your advice? How should we deal with them to limit the number of case pending units? Because it's really a key interest of the Ministry of Finance,
Yeah.
but we have a very huge legal impediments and legal acts that we should obey and respect.
Yeah. Well, let me say, if these are, let's say, supervisory bodies, which, let's say, work for the parliament, to allow parliament also to, let's say, oversee, let's say, the executive, we would say these are part of these constitutional bodies. And we think there should be, they can be a first level budget organization as well. Yes. If this is more, let's say, an agency with an executive task, and I know, I know you have a lot of key spending units, and some part of them are, let's say, they have more an executive task. And an example, I believe you have this academies of science. So that could be an example of a function that should be in second level budget organization under the Ministry of Education. So I think there that would be our point of view. That seems all like...
On anti-corruption bodies or supervisional...
Well, the anti-corruption bodies, I would tend to consider them as, let's say, oversight body over the executive. So I would consider them as, could also be the first level budget organizations. But a regulatory body in terms, in the, well, for example, the air traffic sector, that would be a regulatory body under...
For example, like communications or energy or...
Yes. But that should be second level organizations under the Ministry of Transport.
But by the law, they are independent by the law, they
Well,
supervise.
they should still be independent in terms of their function, because it should not be the ministry telling those regulatory bodies what they should say, but in terms of the budget negotiation, how much budget they should get, it should be the Ministry of Transport taking responsibility for that, and not the Ministry of Finance. How can the Ministry of Finance be an expert on the on airs traffic regulation and how much they need? The ministry should have this capacity. And their functional independence, I mean, that should be, let's say, clearly laid down in their legislation that they...
One of the clear differences we see, it's like, for example, for the constitutional bodies like the accounting chamber and such like, they're actually holding the executive to account for how they use public money, whereas the regulatory bodies are actually holding other sectors responsible for how they implement government policy effectively. So there's a clear difference in the sort of levels of independence in that regard from our perspective, and in terms of how the EU sees this. And we'll see this in a slide later on when I look at internal control around this. But we see a clear distinction between the institutions like the Ombudsman or the Supreme Audit Institution, who hold government and the executive to account on behalf of parliaments often, and how they use public money and how they operate, whereas energy commissions and whatever else they're regulating how government policy has been implemented ultimately, and they have to be independent in that. But it's different from our perspective in that regard.
So yes, I think if you look at the Western Balkan, we see that they have a problem in this indicator as well, and that the Ministry of Finance Budget Department is dealing with a lot of first level budget organizations. So across all sectors, there are executive agencies that deal with the Ministry of Finance for the budget instead of with their line ministry who oversees the sector. And yeah. Then if you see on this picture, if you see the dashed line, this would be the average that we calculated in good practice EU countries, where indeed the first level budget organizations are only the ministries and some constitutional bodies. But yes, probably this will be challenging for Ukraine to meet. If we make the scores, I will also. I mean, I do not have a slide on that, but on such numerical, let's say, indicators, we use a scaling system. In the sense, if you have, let's say, more than five, if you have too much first level budget organization, but it's only limited to 5, well, it's like a scale. So we see how many budget organizations you have too much unnecessary, and that will reduce then the total number of points. Well, okay. But yeah, I think for Ukraine it will be difficult because you have, I think, about 90 key spending units, which are those first level budget organizations. Yeah. But I believe it's also in your perspective to see what to do with that, if it can be reduced or not. The fifth principle is about an independent oversight body, as I said, a fiscal institution, whether it exists. I think that would also be challenging for Ukraine because as far as I know, it is not yet established. So, but you are in the process of thinking about it, how to do that. So in this there are criteria. One is, does it exist, such body? The second is, does it also operate? Is it operational and give comments and their perspective on the annual budget? Does it, third, also comment on execution, so on your annual financial report? And fourth, if they are also, say, opinions on certain policy items that cost a lot of money. Yeah.
And do you look at the not only to the opinion, but reaction of the government to that opinion?
No, here it is, we only look whether the fiscal council, whether it exists, so it is established, and 2, 3, and 4 is whether it is actually operational and doing something. So it did not only exist somewhere on paper, but it's actually operational. No, we don't look at the discussion between the government and the council. That would be too much, and that is up to the council and the government to manage that. Yeah. And sixth principle is about documentation. When the annual budget is submitted to Parliament, well, it consists of a lot of issues that we look in the budget documentation if it is there. So the macroeconomic assumptions on which the budget is based, some medium-term projections on the key issues, the government balance and revenue expenditure, whether information is given to the Parliament to judge that well, so the latest estimate of the current budget to compare that. What is difficult for many countries, also in the Western Balkan, is number 4. But I think it's quite crucial to discuss the budget. So which are the new policy initiatives that have been approved? Well, to which new budget is allocated. So before there was no budget for that, but new budget is allocated to these new policy initiatives. Basically, it is your, let's say, your fiscal space, how you spend that. There must be something on fiscal risks. We have something there, we look at whether there is non-financial performance information. So I think you have a performance budget, so there is plenty of performance information. And the seventh one is sometimes difficult for countries, is on tax expenditures. Anyone in the room willing to say what tax expenditures are? Yeah, give it a try. But maybe someone else want to take the floor now.
Tax expenditure, it's actually...
Because an expenditure, tax is only expenditure from the citizen to the government.
It's just a numerical assumption of tax privileges, how measured tax privilege are measured, the numerical impact of the tax privileges, with calculations of how much revenues government do not receive because of giving for some tax privileges.
Yeah.
And I would say that in Ukraine we have a lot of that information. We are in process on doing that tax expenditures, so it's in not in this year, but for next year's budget, I believe it's our plan to include that. We are working with IMF closely on that. And I have one question: why do we need to include medium-term projections? Because it's all in the budget declaration and the medium-term framework. So we have in June a medium-term budget framework, and in September we submit the year budget. So why do we need to duplicate the same information? Because
well, my explanation would be that, well, let me first say on your answer, what on tax expenditures, that was perfectly correct. So these are indeed tax privileges that the government has given to certain sectors or certain taxpayers. And a privilege is costing money to the budget because this is revenue that is not being collected. So in that sense, it's relevant budget information. So that was excellent and good that you're working on that. I would say for the second question that I think is for a parliamentarian or for a citizen reading the budget and he wants to understand, let's say, the government balance in the next year, it is useful information to see how it is developing over time. So I think it is relevant information also to assess the upcoming budget. That is, but it's true that this information is first principle for the medium-term fiscal framework. But I think normally the annual budget gives some refers to the fiscal framework to give the
perhaps in
context.
Some small, not in details, in smaller.
Sure, that is.
And excuse me, another point that we are actually working at the fourth principle about new policy initiatives. Now, Minister of Finance is working on introduction of baseline expenditures and assessment on new policies. So it's also in our plan to make a clear difference between baseline budget
exactly.
and new policies initiatives. So we are working on that too. So
yeah. Yeah, well, this is in line with these criteria. Anyways, it's good to hear. No, this one, I have to go forward. As I said, this 23/7 is relatively, let's say, technical matter, and a lot, let's say, is in the information system that's being used by the Ministry of Finance to prepare the budget. So there should be an economic not qualification, but a classification aligned with GFS. So GFS is established by IMF and saying how, let's say, expenditure should be classified in terms of salaries, goods and services, interest payment. So this classification needs to be followed. A functional classification using COFOG, which is a functional classification saying how much money is being spent on the health sector, the education sector, and the one of the 10 other sectors, because there are 10 sectors. Administrative classification is what we have mentioned, is how it is, that there is an overview how the money is spent, allocated to the different first level budget organizations. And a program classification, if there is one, with performance information per program. Number 5 and 6, these are more, let's say, innovative type of classifications, gender budgeting and climate-based budgeting. We have included them because it is nowadays a lot of attention is given to that. But I must say, in the total point score that you can get for this indicator, they are quite minimal. So if you have it, it's good. If you don't have it, you don't lose a lot of points, because we would say it is not, let's say, the basic element of a good budget system. 23.8 is capital budgets. So these are all criteria looking how the capital budget is being established. And so what it looks is that it is there is not a separate capital budget, but it is integrated part of the whole budget. Because capital budgets, normally capital projects is not for 1 year, but constructing infrastructure will take numerous years. So if you start a capital project, you will commit budget for a number of years in advance. So these commitments over the next years should be reflected in the budget document. Then we have a number of criteria how, let's say, a capital project should have been assessed before budget is being allocated to it, to make sure that the capital project is a good project, is a feasible project, is a project that will have more benefits for the country than cost. So there should be a cost-benefit analysis. There should be an independent appraisal done whether the cost of the capital project is well, let's say, estimated, and that there will not be surprises afterwards. We will look whether that is done in practice. And another element is a capital project normally also has implications for the recurrent budget. So when a capital budget is included in the budget, we want to see whether also those recurrent effects are recognized in the budget. Yeah. The 9th principle, sub-principle is about the parliament. So what is the role in the parliament in this, but in let's say, in the adoption of the process? So I must say, if we compare in the Western Balkans, we see that, and it's quite surprising that the parliament normally is not given a lot of time. It is really like stamping the budget as it is proposed by the executive. They are being given 1 week or 2 weeks to give their own views. So we want to see how that works. So and what documents they get. So we think that the Parliament should also discuss the medium-term framework as well as the annual budget proposal. That is the first. If the Parliament is discussing that, it should not only be the Budget and Finance Committee discussing the budget, because the budget is relevant for all policy sectors. So Ministry of the Education Committee should look at how is the budget for education sector being done, and should be able to discuss that with the government. So involvement of sector committees. We think that the parliament should be given the budget to scrutinize it 3 months before the start of the fiscal year. So that would be latest by the 30th of September. Then there is a 4 criterion, because we only look here at the annual budget and how the process is done there. But also in many countries, there can be huge or important budgetary decisions done via the supplementary budget. So we also would want to see how is the procedure for the supplementary budget, and is Parliament giving time when the executive is proposing a supplementary budget. And a last one is one that is applying to the parliaments, not to the executive, but we think that if parliaments make an amendment to change the budget, to increase expenditure on one sector, they should be obliged to say what is the source of funding for their amendment, to have a good budget discussion. Then we are at the last sub-principle, and then I will ask you to speak. The last one is about citizen engagement. How does the government is engaging citizens within their budget proposals? Well, first we look whether the budget proposals are timely available to the public. So are they published before, let's say, the parliament is adopting them? Yeah. Once it is adopted by the legislator, so the finally approved budget, whether that one is also published. That's the second one. Third is about a citizen type of budget, citizen budget, in which it is, let's say, the information is being communicated more easy. And fourth relates to open budget information. So those people who like to work with Excel type of instruments, that they can collect all, let's say, Excel sheets related to the budget, and whether the government makes that available. So here we are with, we started with the main principle, which is the budget planning. And then we have shown that we look at budget planning through the perspective of 10 sub-principles. And we have shown which criteria we use to see how the performance is. Well, then to see how the performance is, we give points to each of the sub-principles. So if you are very good, you get the maximum points. If you are not so good, you get not so much points. Alistair has explained already in the beginning, but maybe that crossed your mind. But for each of these principles, we have a maximum of 100 points. So in total, we've said we have around 10 principles for public finance management. Each principle gets 100 points as a maximum. So budget planning gets, the maximum is 100 points. But we have divided, I mean, so how to come to an overall score, let's say, on budget planning then. For that, we have used weights for each of these sub-principles. So there are 10 sub-principles. They have to go to 100 points together. We have not done it in a way, sometimes in other principles, it may be that it is just 100 points divided by 10. So each sub-principle gets 10 points. But we didn't do that because we think some principles are more important and more, let's say, for the budget planning process than others. So we have given, let's say, we have, let's say, given different weights to each of these sub-principles in our methodology. So I will show you what we have given, but maybe you want to look at these 10 sub-principles and decide for yourself, how would you give the weights? How would you set the weights? Which of these sub-indicators or sub-principles do you think are more important than others? I just give you, let's say, 3 minutes to think about it. Maybe you write something down you want to discuss with your colleague next to you, and decide for yourself which of these sub-principles you think should have the highest weight, because you think this is the most crucial for a good budget planning process, and which ones you would say, well, this is maybe less essential, or yeah. So, and when you are thinking, I will just discuss with Alistair. So there is now 11:30, 11:22. So how is the program?
Break at 12 for lunch. That's not good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Feel free to discuss with your neighbor and then have a discussion on this important PFM technical matters. What does your neighbor think is the most important, and what do you think, and why do you think like that? And afterwards, I will ask you, of course, your assessment on this. In the meantime, I also want to, we didn't ask actually in the beginning, but from the audience in the room, who of you are working for the Ministry of Finance? Is one. And no, there's no need to answer. Yes, there are many people also online, so I trust that the Ministry of Finance people are also online. Of course, public finance is, I mean, it is important for all ministries, but I mean, these indicators are mostly in the control of the Ministry of Finance. I give you 1 more minute to give your to decide on your own ranking of these indicators, which you think are the most important, and which is the least important. Okay, well, let's discuss them plenary. Who wants to take the first round to say, well, I think this sub-indicator should be, the weight of this indicator should be the highest, because this is really important. And which one do you think is less important? Anyone wanting to take the floor? Otherwise, I will go to you. The Minister of Finance has to say it then.
And how much do you
just
expect
just asking the gentleman next to you. I think I remember you from FACE, from the Ministry of Finance, or am I mistaken? You are not working at the Ministry of Finance, no? Okay, then it is. Which ministry or where do you work?
Міністерство розвитку.
Of?
Міністерство розвитку. Громада території. Колишнє Міністерство транспорту.
Transport. Okay. Well, for
So for me, they all are important. So
they're all important, of course.
I would say, in my perception, that I would rank them. So in first place, 2 and 3 that are related to the medium-term budgeting, because it's giving a perspective for public finance and link to the policies, to the sectoral issues. It's very important for me. Capital investment projects budgeting is very important because it's impacts on the country's development, and it's a huge part of the budget, and it's very important. And I would say that now we are in public investment management system reform. So it's our flagship reform for now. So we are also improving in that regard. For me, the parliamentary scrutiny is important also, because if still there is a need to some public oversight for the executive, and the parliament performs that role. And the last one, but not the least, is budget documentation, because it gives all the insights and it explains. It's very important to the public to explain the reasons why and how.
Okay. So I understand your answer in this sense. I mean, everything is important. So in principle, you do not want to reduce the importance of any of these sub-principles, but you can say which you think is more important. That's easier, which is number 2, number 3. I understand. Number 2, 3, 6, and 8. And 9. Yeah. Okay. Anyone who wants to present another view on this? No? So then I will show you what was our view. So we add up to 100 points, but some indicators we give less and others more. And this, I think we are more or less on the same page, yeah. So we say 2 and 3, especially 3, this medium-term budget framework, because there it is where the real budget planning is being done, where the political choices are being made, and then the information should be of good quality to make such, let's say, allocative decisions. So we indeed say 3 is very important. Then annual budget documentation, we agree. I mean, that should be all in good order for everyone to know this is what we are deciding on. And indeed, 10 points also for 8 and 9. So let's say our rating system is logical from your point of view. Very good, very good. I'm happy with this answer. Because it's a little bit subjective, and we had a lot of, let's say, I mean, there is no academic science book which tells you how to do this. So we had a lot of discussions internally how to, let's say, to weigh the different indicators to give a good. Well, I would say if you look at why budget planning, or what is, let's say, the core objectives of public finance management is one is fiscal discipline. That I would say is in number 2. the fiscal framework, there you decide your, let's say, discipline in that you're not spending more than you can. And another budget, let's say, objective of PFM is, let's say, effective budget allocation, so that the money is going to those sectors that are political priority, and that is number 3. So yes, the others are, I mean, of course important, but more technical, I would say sometimes. But yeah, it remains a bit subjective how to do that. Yeah. Then another element is, so we say number 3, medium-term budget framework. It has the highest points, 25 points. There are 9 criteria. So we also have developed in this framework how to, let's say, allocate the points for each of these, let's say, sub-principles. So, for example, is then this 23. We have allocated 25 points for this. There are 9 criteria. And here also we had our internal discussions, because it is in the end a bit subjective how to do that. But in this way we thought to do that. So 5 points, the highest points for the first criterion is whether you actually have an MTBF. Because also in the Western Balkan we have seen countries who do not have a breakdown to budget organizations. So the first one is to have that. That's important. And the others are, let's say, a little bit similar. Yeah. Okay. So in the end, you get to this things that for some of these elements, it's use work to implement them, and they are only 2 points. Yes, I mean also. Yeah. Well. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I also think budget planning is so important that we should have given more than 100 points as a maximum. But all my other colleagues will say that their own area is also very important. So yeah, that is a discussion we never end. So we went now to one principle. In a similar way, I would go through the next 2 principles. In terms of a break for coffee, or there is no break now, there is a break at 12 o'clock for the lunch. So let me continue then with the next principle. Perhaps I can do that a little bit faster. I also imagine, well, as we have seen, this methodology and this principle, they are all available on the internet, so you can all read them at another moment. But principle 24 is on liquidity management. Basically, what we assess here is, okay, we have adopted the budget, there is a budget adopted, then you want to, as a government, implement the budget, but to implement the budget, you need to have, let's say, money, cash on the government's bank accounts to spend them. So here in this principle, we look at this process, how the government is raising money, collecting money, controlling that it is not overspending, making sure that money is available to pay for the invoices that it receives, and that it is, let's say that the way it is spending money is sustainable in the long term. So here we also have, let's say, this is the overall principle, and then we have broken it down in different elements of the elements that we think are important. So first, we think it is important that revenues are collected in an efficient way. So the first element looks at revenue collection in a most efficient way. The second element is also about revenue collection, and that is whether they are, whether the government is effective in revenue collection, meaning what it wants to collect, does it realize those targets? And does it make sure that all taxpayers that are obliged to pay taxes actually pay their taxes? So the first two are on basically revenue collection, and then the next elements, they go more about, let's say, the management of the cash that is on the government accounts. So number 3 is the use of a single treasury account, so that the bank accounts of the government are all, let's say, linked to one, we call a single treasury account, so that the government knows on all its different bank accounts that it has, what is our balance that we have. And that not certain ministries have their own bank accounts that are kept out of sight of the treasury. We look at that process. Then if they make decisions on cash management and the accounting data, that this data is reliable through a process of reconciliation of the different data. Then there should be a cash management function in the Treasury or Ministry of Finance that makes sure that liabilities, invoices can always be met. A commitment control system should be in place to ensure that spending units cannot spend money if there is not first a commitment and reservation made for that spending. Without such a reservation system in the budget, spending units start to spend, and suddenly you can see that the total has overspending the total budget. So before expenditure is done, a reservation, a commitment should be included in the system. If not, the risk is that there will be, let's say, overspending, and the government has not the sufficient money to pay for its liabilities, and the consequence is payment arrears. So payment arrears, invoices or liabilities of the government that the government has not been able to spend in time, which is obviously not good. And then we have a number of indicators on the debt management function here. First, whether there is a debt management strategy in place. And the next one, if this debt management strategy is, let's say, having a proper mitigating measures to reduce the risk of the debt burden. And the last one is on reporting on public debt. So here I do not play the same game with you in terms of what things are more important than others. Here we can see the overview of this principle. So we see number 1 and 2 is about tax collection. It's about 30 points in total. Then we have 3, 4, and 5, which is about the cash management function, which has total 20 points. 6 and 7 is about the commitment control system in place, 20 points. And 8, 9, and 10 is about the debt management function with 30 points. So let me see. So in this last 15 minutes before the break, I will go through the different indicators and explain how we are measuring it. For efficiency of tax collection, we look at the tax collection, the cost of tax collection ratio. That is an OECD measure that sees how much, let's say, how much is the country spending on its revenue authority or a tax agency in comparison with the amount of taxes that it is collecting. So normally that is between is around 1 or 2% or less than that. Yeah. Look at that. And the second one is we look at the use of electronic means for taxpayers to submit their taxes and then for the tax agency to assess tax declarations. So we look at personal income tax submitted via an online portal. Is that 100%? Because if we did this indicator in the Western Balkans, some Balkan countries were not so advanced with their electronic means, and they were not meeting there the 100%, and some scored the 100% because all income tax was done using the electronic means. Well, you're all taxpayers, so you should know. So you can submit your taxes electronically. And is everyone doing that in the country? More or less, yes. So this would be the 100% score then. Yeah, I would be surprised in Ukraine that it would not be, because in terms of your digital, let's say, digitalized systems, you, let's say, are as advanced, I would say, as most European countries. Then in effectiveness of revenue collection, here we look at different criteria. The first criteria look at the existence of a compliance improvement plan, because that is what we mean with effectiveness of revenue collection. Those that need to pay taxes, they pay taxes in reality. And this is not always the case, because citizens and private bodies, they prefer rather not to pay than to pay taxes, which is all logical. So the revenue administration, we think, should have in place a plan to ensure that compliance with the tax legislation is maximized. We call it a compliance improvement plan. It can be called different ways. It depends how the tax administration is working, but we want to look whether there's an interest of the tax administration to improve the compliance rate in order to reduce the gap between what people are obliged and what they really do. The fourth one is numerical. So we look at what has been planned in the budget in terms of tax revenues and what has been received afterwards. And if it is more than 100% what is planned, you clearly get the maximum points. We do that also in terms of tax composition outturn. Then we break down the different taxes in the main taxes: personal income tax, corporate tax, value-added tax, etc. And the last one is about the stock of tax arrears. There are always cases where taxpayers have not yet paid their due amount of taxes that they need to pay. So here we look whether the revenue administration is recording this over the years, and to what extent they are successful in collecting this amount of taxes later on. So 1 and 2 was for the tax administration. Number 3, then we start with, let's say, the management of cash. Well, the single treasury account is an instrument to ensure that all bank accounts are integrated with each other and that the government knows what is its total balance on all of its bank accounts, and that budget organizations do not have their own bank accounts that the Ministry of Finance cannot, let's say, that's out of sight of the Ministry of Finance. So we look at whether such a TSA is established, the coverage of the TSA, this means how much of the bank accounts are not included yet in the TSA. Whether the revenue, well, how far the tax collection body, revenue agency, is transferring the incomes and revenues into this TSA, so that the Ministry of Finance has access to the revenues it receives, and whether there is, let's say, consolidated information on all of the bank accounts. A technical issue, and this is mostly will be answered by the treasury function, I guess, also in Ukraine. This is another technical issue. This is about the reliability of the financial information, well, on, let's say, the transactions that are being done on a daily basis. And we look whether the Treasury is reconciling information from the bank accounts with the information from its information system. If there were transactions where there were certain questions about or were not clear about the transactions, whether they have a record of these suspense accounts and whether they are investigating what has been going on to clear them, well, we say at least monthly. We look at whether the information system that is being used by government, whether an IT audit has been done on that information system to ensure the integrity of the information in the IT system, and whether this IT audit's recommendations were implemented. Okay, no questions? A cash flow management, well, this is also a quite technical process, also in the domain of the Treasury. Here it's asking whether the Treasury has a cash flow forecast at aggregate level for the whole fiscal year. Then it is looking whether this is cash flow forecast is broken down in the first level budget organizations, whether this cash flow forecast is updated during the year, so whether it gets information, collects information to update the cash flow forecast. And the cash flow forecast is important because it shows how much cash do we forecast to have on our bank accounts and how much cash, how much bills do we have to pay. And do we have at any time during the year enough money on our accounts to pay for our invoices and liabilities. Six indicators then about a commitment control. So this basically is a commitment control system is in place that before, let's say, a spending unit makes let's say, a commitment, a liability, it needs to, let's say, record this liability in the system, but it must have, before it signs the contract, you must have an, let's say, a space in the commitment control system that allows you to sign the contract. So a contract should not be signed before it is validated that the amount of money necessary for that contract is reserved in the system to prevent that spending units sign too much contracts which lead to liabilities later on that the government cannot overspend the ceilings. So we look at that. We look at to what extent these, let's say, commitment ceilings, how long the horizon is. So this is the wrong spelling. Length of commitment ceilings. It's more the time horizon to make commitment ceilings. So in advanced countries, the commitment horizon is for the whole year. So from the beginning of the year, the entire budget is cut in, let's say, this commitment, or the whole budget is the commitment ceilings. In other countries where there are more problems with cash management, the budget ceiling is split up in different commitment ceilings for 1 month, sometimes for a quarter, depending on the maturity of the system. And lastly, you look at the commitment control system is complied with. Here we would also make use of audit reports of the state audit institution to check that. If the commitment control is not working well, the governments are likely to end up or to accrue expenditure arrears, which means invoices, liabilities that the government must pay, but for which the government at this moment has not money yet on its bank accounts. Well, we look to what extent this is the case then for the country or for Ukraine, and we see whether they collect this data, so whether the Treasury has this data, and if this data they have and it's reliable data, what is the percentage of expenditure arrears. I think we have the limit for 2% of total expenditures that could be in arrears. If it is more, then no points at all. If it is less, you get some points. Then we are at the last 3 sub-indicators. This is about debt management. The first one is about a debt management strategy. So part of the fiscal strategy or part of a separate document. And in this debt management strategy, it shows what is the, let's say, the policy of the government towards debt. How much, what is the total debt ceiling? How much of this debt is in foreign currencies? How much of this debt is in, let's say, it's long-term borrowing, short-term borrowing? All type of elements of the composition of the public debt need to be addressed in this strategy. Yeah, and 9 is looking what are the measures that the government has taken to ensure that the government is not accruing debt, too much debt, which is no longer sustainable. So first measure is that each, let's say, loan that can be accepted by government must be approved by one entity. So the information is available at one place, and that is normally Ministry of Finance. We expect that there are limits set for the annual borrowing. The same is for guarantees to state-owned enterprises, because that is a part of the debt burden. well, a number of other criteria to look in that. Whether debt management, whether the risks in debt management are managed adequately. And the last part of the cycle then on debt management is, you have the debt management strategy, then there is the implementation and the risk management, and the last one is the reporting on public debt. So we look whether such a report exists, whether it is published in the first 3 months at the end of the year, and we look at what is the information included in this debt management report. And then I am, let's say, at the end of the of principle 24. So what we have looked in a quite fast pace, we looked at the 10 sub-principles that we use to say something about the performance on principle 24, which is on the management of cash, the management of liquidity. And we covered the tax system, the cash management system, commitment control system, and debt management system. As I said, execution, reporting, and scrutiny, and it focuses on whether the government implements the budget in line with the estimates and reports on it in a comprehensive and transparent manner, and allows for timely scrutiny. First, it is about, actually it is 2 principles, or 1 principle, but it is measured in 2 different indicators. It is whether the government implements the budget in line with the approved appropriations. So the budget has been approved by Parliament at the beginning of the year, and at the end of the year, the budget should be executed in line with those appropriations, and there should not be too large deviations. That is one element, and the second element is whether the execution of the budget also complied with fiscal rules and those fiscal performance targets. A third element is looking at execution, monitoring of budget execution. So during the year, the Ministry of Finance needs to have good information how the budget is being implemented, whether there is more implementation in certain sectors, whether there is under implementation in other sectors, whether there is a need for a supplementary budget to move budgets from one sector to another. So during the year, Ministry of Finance must have this information on a regular basis and to make decisions on that. At the end of the year, the budget execution is reported either in 2 ways, or it is in the annual budget execution report, or it is in a set of financial statements. Both can work for us, but either a budget execution report or financial statements, it must be clear on what basis these end-of-year reports are prepared, what it should include, what it should not include, and what is the basis for the, let's say, the numbers that are included. Well, actually, so the first is, let's say, I mean, criterion D is whether such standards for the annual budget execution report of financial statements are defined. And in criterium E and F, it is looked whether the annual financial report of the government is prepared in line with these standards, and whether it is what the information is included in the financial statements. In sub-principle F, we have a separate element on capital investments. As mentioned before, as capital investments is a crucial element in, let's say, policy implementation and in new policy and, let's say, development of the country. There is an expectation that there is a separate reporting on capital investment with additional information. A third indicator on reporting is whether the government reports on its fiscal risks and whether they, especially whether they report on how the contingent liabilities of governments are, how state-owned enterprises are operating, and what is the, let's say, the financial status of public-private partnerships. Number 8, we look at the other reports, all or the other principles, sub-principles, all looked to the central government. In principle 8, we look also whether the central government has a good information base. What is the situation with respect to local government in terms of the fiscal performance? What's the situation with state-owned enterprises? And third, what are, let's say, extra budgetary funds if they are present? For example, pension funds or for social insurance funds. And the last sub-principle here is the publication of the annual report, where we say this should not be later than 6 months after the end of the financial year, and the Supreme Audit Institution must have had, let's say, sufficient time to audit the report, and the audited report must be discussed in the Parliament before the next budget is being adopted. So these are the, I think we have here 9 sub-principles under this one. Here they are listed, and also you can already see, let's say, the terms of the weights that we give to them, with actually the most important is budget execution in line with appropriations. So the first the sub-principle is also, let's say, the one with the most weight. And first it looks at credibility of aggregate revenue plans in the annual budget. The first one on credibility of the aggregate expenditure plans, and the third of the credibility of disaggregated expenditure plans. And maybe you already catch it up from what I've said before, but just asking if you paid well attention. If we speak about credibility of the aggregate revenue plans or credibility of the expenditure plans, what exactly do we mean with that? So what do we measure there? So the credibility of the budget, the revenues or credibility of the budget in terms of expenditures. What do we mean with the credibility of the budget? Between planned and actual, yes?
Deviation between planned and actual figures.
Yes, yes, the deviation between the planned and actual. So at the beginning of the year, the government approves a budget, including the revenues, including the expenditures. And by the end of the year, there is a budget execution report which is stating how much has actually been spent and how much revenues have actually been received. And if there is a large difference between the two, it indicates that the original budget is not so credible. And that is a problem, we think, because a lot of efforts are being put into planning the budget. And the budget is also an instrument for implementing the policies of the line ministries. So if the original budget in the end appears not to be so credible, this can have a lot of, let's say, consequences. For example, for policies that have not been implemented, or policies that have been implemented but were not originally approved in the budget. So credibility of the budget is a key, let's say, indicator to assess let's say the financial management system. And if we speak about credibility of the aggregate expenditures, and we also speak about credibility of the disaggregated expenditures, what is the difference there? Or maybe this is too easy and you, that's why you are not responding. Yes? You want to say it? Yeah, give the microphone. I mean, these are all basic questions for the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, the credibility of the overall expenditures, it shows the good fiscal government, the fiscal stance itself, and the credibility of disaggregated shows how policies are implemented, what are the deviation at sectoral level. So it basically shows not the stance of the whole system, but sectoral developments, let's say.
Well, I mean, so far, Ministry of Finance has all the answers to my questions. So yes, that is true. So we look at credibility of the aggregate expenditure plans. So then we look what the government as a whole has planned to spend. And at the end of the year, we look what did they spend. We see what is the difference. If we look at disaggregated expenditure plans, we look at, well, it is written here, we look at the 10 largest budget organizations. Well, clearly the one is now the largest is Defense, the Ministry of Defense, I suppose. And okay, other big spenders will be education, health, transport. Then we look for those 10 largest heading, what was planned for them at the beginning of the year. And we look at the end of the year what they actually spent to see what is the, let's say, the deviation between the two. I do not know, I cannot, let's say, predict what our assessment will be for Ukraine, but if we look at the Western Balkan countries, we noted that they are quite well in controlling the aggregate expenditure plans. Deviations are not larger than 5%, I would say. But once we look at this disaggregated performance, we see huge variations. So that one ministry spends 30% more than it was estimated, the other likewise much less. This, let's say, signals that during the year, the government, cabinet, makes a lot of decisions to reallocate budget from one sector to another sector. I mean, I would assume that most of that will be justified by a supplementary budget to approve that. But even whether it is justified by a supplementary budget, it signals that the original budget, when the government should have made an integrated decision on how it wants to spend the budget, was not an effective process. It could also be, and that is referring to criterium 4, it could be that the government in their organic budget law has a lot of space to reallocate between budget lines. So we set here a limit that, I mean, governments can be flexible after the budget to reallocate to a certain level, but we say here it should not be more than 5% of the original budget. And some budget, organic budget laws also in the region has a much higher percentage. I think it's Kosovo where it is 25%. And that already from the start limits the credibility of the whole budget. If there is in-year budget adjustment, there should be clear rules for how that is done. So this is looking at the supplementary budget procedures. And sixth element is that when we look at the annual financial statements, we will look at if there are deviations of larger than 5%, that they are well explained. What is the reason between that? And the last one is that we think, yes, supplementary budgets are a normal element of the budget process, but there should not be more than 2 during the year in order to keep the credibility of the original budget. So this is the first measurement that we do on the sub-principle 1, implementation in line with the budget appropriations. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, it's working. Second one is looking at the fiscal rules, whether the budget, the implementation of the budget has complied with the fiscal rules that are in place. That is one, that is the first element. Then we look at if there is differences between, I mean, the basic fiscal rules are for debt ratio to GDP. So the second element is looking if there is a difference between let's say, the target included in the budget for the debt ratio and what is in practice. What is the difference between them? And the second is looking to the balance government, the fiscal balance, the deficit, or maybe surplus in terms of a percentage. The fourth one, public debt as a share of GDP, and the fifth one, public sector deficit as a share of GDP. And these are just, let's say, statistics. Here, there are no points linked to that, but we, at least we collect it. Mm. Yeah,
what is debt and deficit are
you have
below
lower
the
debt.
target, it's low actually.
Yeah.
Is it good for you, Max, or not? Or it's still difference?
Yeah, there was we had a discussion here about that. Actually, I don't. I mean, you can say even if your debt is lower than what you originally planned, it's a good way because you have been more, let's say, economic and efficient maybe, and etc. Other hand, you can say, oh, it's maybe still not so good because you have planned this amount of debt, also maybe to make investments, and in the end you didn't realize these investments, and that's why you have a lower debt. Actually, there was this question. I do not know what was our final decision. I think because we look here at credibility, it means that below and up both is considered, let's say, a deviation. But also with these deviations, we are utilizing some, let's say, some scheme that if the deviation is low, that it is, let's say, you're not losing a lot of points. Yeah, good question. Principle 3. This is a bit technical again. It's definitely one for the Treasury in the Ministry of Finance. Well, Budget Department, Treasury. Sometimes it's mixed, this function. To prepare in-year reports on how spending and revenues are developing. So in the first one, we say, well, it's a bit strange because you say in-year reports. The first one is whether they are published quarterly, and the second one is whether they are published on a monthly basis. Well, basically, this is done because we say, okay, at least quarterly, then you have at least a point. If you have done it monthly basis, you have a double the points, basically. Then there is a criterion on whether these reports are also published in a timely way. And we've stated 4 weeks. We have an indicator whether this includes all central government bodies, so comprehensive. Number 5 asks whether let's say, the budget monitoring breaks down into how it is going with each ministry. So not only the aggregate numbers, but per sector, per ministry, how budget execution is going. 6th one is if, let's say, this budget execution report, whether it is not only a list of tables with the numbers, but whether there is also a narrative report explaining what these deviations mean. That would be for the criterion 6. 7 is whether the budget execution monitoring report does not only register or report on the actual spending, so the cash spending that has been done, but whether it also includes the commitments that are already taken. So whether there are already contracts signed which indicate that it will be spent. So cash and the commitments. Number 8, well, here it is, let's say, whether in, let's say, these more technical budget execution reports, whether it is also at least once a year, normally at the middle of the year, is being presented as a government-wide analysis of these are the spending patterns during the first 4 or 5 months. This is what we can conclude from these spending patterns. There are some new, let's say, policy-related budget needs. And this is being prepared in a mid-term review of, let's say, the budget implementation. So number 8 is whether such a mid-term budget review is taking place. And if that is taking place, that would be the basis for any supplementary budget. Number 9 is whether there is information on local governments regarding the implementation of their budgets. And that is also number 10. So that is about the publication and the, yeah. So 9 and 10 look at the local budget implementation. So number 3 basically gives a whole comprehensive view how the Ministry of Finance is monitoring the execution of the budget. monitoring the budget execution during the year. And then starting with principle 4, sub-principle 4, then we look at the final report, the annual budget execution report or the financial statements, depending on the country situation. The first one is more whether there are clear accounting standards defined. So, and whether they are, let's say, not, let's say, inconsistent with international standards. Accounting standards are defined and applied to all government institutions. That's the first. Accounting standards are consistent with international standards, and if not, variations are disclosed and difference explained. Yeah. And the third is accounting standards are applied in preparation. Okay. Well, there is a lot to say about it, but maybe not in this context, in the sense which international accounting standards, let's say, exist, because I think here we basically there is one international accounting standard or two international accounting standards from IFAC, that is IPSAS, cash, and IPSAS, which is an accrual-based system. But I am pretty sure that we also will agree and improve if a government has its own national accounting standards. And why I am saying this is because I do not know now the situation in Ukraine, but as Sigma, we are not, let's say, necessarily promoting IPSAS accrual standards. So even if you, I mean, if you have national accounting standards based on modified cash system, that we will also recognize as meeting this criteria. And I think I'm looking Ministry of Finance. So now the situation, I mean, about IPSAS is something that you aspire to, or that is, you think it's in place?
We have a national standards for accounting, but it's based on IPSAS, and we have a special strategy for accounting to bring it more closely to IPSAS. We are constantly revising our national standards according to IPSAS, because IPSAS is also evolving. So standards are changing, so it's a constant process. We have a separate unit, department in the Ministry of Finance that is dealing especially with that, bringing national standards in accordance to the IPSAS. So it's a continuous process. And for now, for the budget execution and reporting, we have modified cash system. It's not a pure accrual with some elements.
Okay.
But basically, it's more cash.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But it's very specific topic. I am not sure that I really deep in that.
Yes.
It's better to speak with our
Okay.
competent personnel in that.
I understand. Yes. Well, in the context of this, let's say, assessment criteria, I just want to emphasize that we do not set any, let's say, a criterion that it is necessary to implement IPSAS. And actually, Sigma has, let's say, a starting point or policy paper that we think that for most, for accession countries, that it should not be a priority to go to IPSAS because it is too much, let's say, work, and benefits are little. So modified cash is fine in our standards. And I'm sure that I've lost now all other people that are not public accountants, and they think, what are these guys speaking about? So I apologize. Well, I mean, and the next set of criteria is that we scrutinize the annual financial report, either being a financial statement or a budget execution report, and we scrutinize it, what elements are, what is included there. So first we say whether it is covers all central government. I think that will probably most be the case. Then we see if in the annual report there is a good comparison made within the annual budget. If there are large variations, that these are being explained so that the reader of this report does not only get a set of numbers, but also a narrative about how budget execution has evolved and explanations for under utilization or overutilization. We look at whether it includes state assets and liabilities, and I think here we should say that we only look at financial state assets and financial liabilities, and not, let's say, all the material assets like roads, etc. We look whether there is included non-financial performance information related to, let's say, the performance policy, performance targets in the budget, and whether they are reported in the annual report. 6.1 is, I mean, it's a little bit similar as in the budget that, let's say, it is nowadays some fashionable to have gender budgeting or green budgeting, and in the annual reporting it is fashionable to have some green reporting as well. We include them here because emphasis is given, but I can say that the number of points that are allocated to these, well, I would say, more fashionable or advanced topics is quite small. So if you do not meet there, you don't lose a lot of points. And the same is true for the seventh element. Yeah, then and we expect, and let's say, well, we look for more detail relating to capital expenditures and the spending there because of the importance of capital projects. So credibility, then we look again at credibility, what has been planned in terms of capital expenditures and how much has been executed. In most countries, this credibility is lower than for a recurrent budget because it is just more difficult to plan your capital expenditures. We look how major investments projects are monitored and whether there is quarterly reports on them. We look in these monitoring reports on investment expenditures whether attention is given not only to the budget and the expenditures, but also to physical progress of those projects. Well, 2 and 3 is then for whether this monitoring on a quarterly basis, and the 4th one, whether it is also, let's say, done in on an annual basis. The 5th one is whether in the annual financial report there is separate information given to the implementation of capital investment projects. And number 6, I mean, it looks a bit similar to the previous indicators, whether any deviations between planned and realized, whether that is explained, but then specific for capital investment projects. A specific issue is reporting on fiscal risk. This is principle 25.7. So fiscal risks, I mean, this links to elements in the budget that where there are risks that the budget could be, let's say, easily with overspent. So risk that there will be, let's say, needs for budget expenditure that are not yet included in the budget. So typical risks, I mean, you will have a lot of fiscal risk in terms of, let's say, the process of the war that you have. You cannot include everything in the budget. There can be the circumstances that you have to spend more on some issues because of damage. In most other countries, this is not the case. And then typical risks will be of sometimes of legal proceedings that the state is being legally, let's say, will be required to make certain expenditures. In the Netherlands, it was a fiscal risk that previous tax collections had to be repaid to the taxpayer because they had not, let's say, adopted let's say a qualified law for the specific tax there. So that could be a risk that could be monitored. And typical risk is also of state-owned enterprises that you as a government have a responsibility for, and commercial reasons the state-owned enterprise has some difficulties. Other public PPPs, public procurement partnerships, is also a typical element. So that is one. So the first one is whether there is a framework to monitor these fiscal risks across the government. And the second one is that there are clear accountability arrangements for who is monitoring that and who is responsible for the reporting. I see in the Western Balkan, it is mostly the Ministry of Finance doing this task, maybe also in Ukraine, but it should, of course, be the line ministries that know about their budget and know what are the fiscal risks in their policy domain. So that would be good to see. Of course, what line ministries prepare, that should go to a central oversight body, and that would be managed by the Ministry of Finance to keep track of those risks. We will look whether these risks are included in the budget document, whether there is monitoring during the year, and whether there is an annual report on those. Specific, let's say, risks, or I mean, things that the Ministry of Finance needs to monitor to keep a good, let's say, overview of how budgets are developing and what are the risks, have to do with state-owned enterprises, extra budgetary funds. As I said, this can be pension funds and health funds, social protection fund, and what is happening in local government. So we have, the first two are about state-owned enterprises. First, Ministry of Finance must receive information from the state-owned enterprises. So we say every state-owned enterprise must submit audited statements to the Ministry of Finance or the sponsoring ministry within 6 months of the end of after the end of the fiscal year. And second, the Minister of Finance should, let's say, do something with this information and should analyze this information to see how the SOE sector is developing. It doesn't have to be the Ministry of Finance, it can also be the Ministry of Economy, whatever the arrangement is for the responsibility. But a consolidated report where all SOEs, let's say, the situation of all SOEs is looked, let's say, comprehensively. That is the expectation here. Third is whether these extra budgetary funds, health fund, pension fund, whether they are audited and the audit report is submitted to the Ministry of Finance. And the 4 and 5 is dealing with the financial situation in local government. first one is, and I think that is probably a difficult one in Ukraine, whether local government entities are audited in their budget execution report or financial statement. I do not think that is the case in Ukraine. And number 5 would be that if audited statements of all local governments are available, that the government is making a comprehensive analysis of the budgetary situation in local government. That's what being looked at here. And this is the last sub-principle. So then we look the annual financial report, budget execution, financial statement, whatever the situation, is published within 6 months of the end of the financial year. That is quite a tough criterion, but that is the good practice. The second quality of annual financial, here we look, I mean, it's called quality of annual financial reporting on the use of public finances. This is being operationalized by means of the audit opinion of the auditor. Gives the auditor a positive opinion, this one will tick the box. If the audit institution, the external auditor, has a disclaimer, then it will not tick the box. The third one is whether the annual report, financial report, is being submitted to the parliament together with the audit report of the state audit institution, here the ACU, the Accounting Chamber of Ukraine. This is what we see as good practice, that the two, let's say, the government's financial report, the audit report of the ACU, they go together to the parliament, so the parliament receives them together and they know what they need to discuss. Then we have a criterion that this ACU report is being discussed in a parliamentary committee, Budget and Finance Committee. And number 5 is whether it is also brought to the plenary of the parliament. And the number 6 is whether this process is being realized in such an, let's say, timely manner that the parliament has discussed and voted, has discussed the annual financial report and the audit report before it approves the next year's budget. And the last one is a specific criterion for the ACU and let's say the legislation governing the Accounting Chamber of Ukraine is whether they can publish and whether they do publish their audit report at least 1 year after the end of the fiscal year. So these are the elements of sub-principle 5. So I just go back to give you the overview. So we discussed, no, it's here. So just to summarize what we discussed under principle 25, execution and reporting, basically. So we discussed in line with the appropriation, that was the largest point. We looked at the fiscal targets, whether they comply, in-year reporting, accounting standards, then the actual content of the annual financial report of the government in the last year, specific focus on capital investment reporting, specific focus on the monitoring of fiscal risks, a specific focus on, let's say, on the elements related to not the central government, but state-owned enterprises, extra budgetary funds, and local government, whether the government has a view on that and analyzes the situation there. And the last one is the process of the annual financial report relating to the parliament and to the accounting chamber of Ukraine. That's principle 25. Well, if we have time, Alistair, there is time. Because you all have to listen a long time to me, so that is unfortunate. And I also would like to hear now from your side. So we discussed budget management, budget preparation in 23, 24 on let's say budget execution and the, let's say, the cash management and debt management issues, and 25 on reporting and budget credibility. And I was just wondering, I mean, now you have heard and you have seen how we measure all those elements. Are there any, let's say, that you think, well, we are quite good in Ukraine, our situation is quite well, but we have still a number of challenges to deal with in order to have, let's say, a top score at the end of the assessment. So, well, we can do it plenary. Anyone, what are the most challenging issues that you think in the let's say, in managing public finances in Ukraine, and how does it affect, let's say, the scores here? I think, I mean, it is tempting to ask the Ministry of Finance again, but maybe if there are some answers from the other line ministries where you think that, well, this is really a problem in, let's say, how the Ministry of Finance is operating, the budget management, etc. Feel free to mention it. Maybe you cannot relate it yourself to these indicators, but maybe we can, to say, well, if that is your problematic issue, this affects one of these criteria or indicators that we have. So how do you feel about the Ministry of Finance in the country? Are they managing everything well, and you get always your money, and then they, or what are, let's say, issues that you think, well, there's room for improvement for, let's say, the Ministry of Finance, how they manage the budget? Feel free. And there are no, let's say, I mean, these are issues that you face in your work, so they can, well, they are always, let's say, true. So, because these are issues that you're dealing with.
Maybe I can start from the very top problems and then pass the floor to other participants. So from my point of view, the main challenge is related to the war in Ukraine and to the war and the unpredictability and of the both macroeconomic environment and spending, especially for defense sector spending. It's very unpredictable, and the major budget amendments that we make previous years, it was related to the defense sector. So it would be quite challenging to maintain the targets, especially the fiscal rules. We do have fiscal rules according to Maastricht criteria, so 3% deficit and 60% debt, but they are suspended now for the war time, and it will take time to go back to respect the rules, but we plan to restore it. So now we are, but it's still hard to predict how much time would it take. perhaps some issues they may be considered like minors, but still are very important, like is the coverage of public sector, because we are mostly concentrated on central government, but still a lot of issues with local budgets, extra budgetary funds, state aid and some prices when it comes to the consolidation, to measurement of the assets, liabilities. Even for the fiscal rule now we have that rules for deficit and budget only for central government, but according to European methodology, it should be the general government, so we should include local governments and other public sector entities, so it would be a challenge. It may look technical, but it's a lot of work behind of that. As you mentioned, it's very not problematic, but challenging issues about auditing of financial reports, especially for local governments. Who should do that? How? It still looks like a technical questions, but it's a lot of work here. What else? No, but as I mentioned before, we have a lot of reforms ongoing in, for example, in public investment, in medium-term budgeting and performance budgeting, in fiscal risk. So it's all ongoing. But I think in general, yes, we have a lot of elements in place, and we plan to improve the other elements, but still we have that biggest issue with the impact of the war and the very volatile situation and unpredictable situation. I think it's a major challenge.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yes, I think for a large part we can already draft a report how it will look like, because I think, yes, I can see that many elements are in place. Yes, there are some, let's say, indicators where you probably will not score well. I think this first level budget organizations, that's probably will be difficult. I know it's in your growth plan.
Yes.
It's mentioned, but to repair it, it will not take one, well, it takes some legislative efforts. Yeah, all the other areas you are working on, so it depends on the timing of the next assessment. So this independent fiscal institution, it's on your list, to-do list, and you're working on it, but when it will be done. So, but this is still under your control, and in your reforms you are working on it. Less in your control will be all those indicators where we compare planning and deviation outturns, because then you come indeed in this very let's say unpredictable fiscal environment. Yeah. So, but there I also would not worry too much. Clearly, whatever the score is, the explanation is clear for everyone. Yeah. So as long as you have then the, let's say, the processes on order and it's good. Okay. Thank you for that. Still, anyone to add with their own experiences with, let's say, the Ministry of Finance and their budget management practices that you came across? No, everyone is happy with the budget Ministry of Finance. Well, I don't believe that, but at least people are polite. That's good too. So let's say my job is done for today, and I give the floor now to Alistair. So thank you for your attention.
I will probably stand up a bit because I hate to sit down and talk for too long. And we have a step challenge at the OCD, and if I walk around a bit, I'll get a few more steps in while we're here. But I get the pleasure of talking to you about, for the rest of this afternoon and tomorrow morning, about internal control and internal audit and external audit. Those are wonderful areas that I'm sure you're all thrilled to be audited by or whatever else. So first I'm going to talk about management and internal control. Just some general thoughts. Terry mentioned this morning the fundamentals of public administration reform, that all of the Sigma principles are part of the fundamentals, that the EU see as requirements for countries to be able to effectively implement EU law and the acquis communautaire. So, but the next ones I talk about, internal control, internal audit, and external audit, are actually part of the acquis communautaire as well under Chapter 32. The specific requirements. It's a soft acquis. There's no hard benchmarks, etc., but there are expectations around effective financial control and audit arrangements being in place as part of the EU acquis. So management and internal control. Focuses on whether public administration bodies manage resources in an effective and compliant manner to achieve their objectives. So it's not around compliance per se, well, that is an element, but it's around ensuring that the arrangements for internal control help organizations manage their resources to effectively achieve their objectives set out in their strategies and plans, etc. So under this principle 26, we have 8 sub-principles. One about the regulatory framework of internal control and development of the policy around it, one around the coordination systems, then about control systems. This wonderful term managerial accountability, which has always been thrown around. Then we talk about reporting on internal control, risk management, institutional accountability, and then irregularity and fraud management. But so dropping down to a bit more detail of what the actual principles are, the sub-principles. So the first one is that looks at whether there's a framework of internal control throughout the administration which is coherent with other regulations, including those on public financial management and international standards. Basically, are there effective laws and regulations in place that establish an effective framework for internal control in line with things like the COSO framework or the INTOSAI guidance on internal control? And then there is second sub-principle is around coordination of internal control, whether, for example, there's a central harmonization unit in place to effectively coordinate internal control, review progress annually, and report on that to the government in terms of how internal control is developing within the public sector. Then the third sub-principle. So we always get tied up with the terminology when we're talking about the sub-principles, indicators, criteria. But the third sub-principle is about whether public managers are responsible for the implementation of management and control systems to ensure the legal, effective, efficient economic management of operations and assets and resources. So whether public managers actually have accountability and responsibility for implementing effective control and management systems. And then linked to that, under D, this is the sub-principle on managerial accountability, is whether managers at all levels have clear assigned responsibilities and delegated authority for making decisions and the autonomy and resources necessary to achieve the results they're accountable for. So that we're talking about managers and departments or units have clear objectives defined for them, and they can take decisions about the resources and how they effectively achieve those objectives during the reporting period. The fifth sub-principle is around whether each organization produces comprehensive, timely, and accurate information for managers on performance and budget execution. So we're looking for effective monthly, quarterly reporting or ad hoc reporting to managers on performance, non-financial performance issues, actual whether you're achieving your objectives, what the measures are, and also in terms of financial performance. Then the sixth sub-principle is around risk management and whether public bodies identify and periodically assess the risks that threaten achievement of their objectives, and take necessary actions to mitigate those threats and risks. So that's whether you have an effective risk management system in place within your institutions. And then the seventh, or G, is about institutional accountability, whether there's effectively defined relationships between the first level budget organizations and their subordinate bodies in terms of whether there's effective governance arrangements that should ensure control, etc., over the state departments. So, for example, whether there's effective agreement of objectives and reporting back to the first level on the achievement of those objectives. And finally, the final sub-principle here is around whether there's management and control systems in place for preventing, detecting, and reporting on irregularities and fraud, and then also about the effective coordination and timely investigation and sanctions of fraud and corruption. So those are the 8 sub-principles that are being measured under Principle 26. And these are the indicators for this principle. Indicator 26 on the adequacy of the operational framework for internal control and functioning in practice. And you can see there's a one-to-one correlation of the sub-indicators to the sub-principles I've just determined across the piece. And you can see the points that are allocated to each of those sub-indicators fairly even across the piece. Things like the indicators, sub-indicators 3 and 4 around effectiveness and adequacy and effectiveness of the management and control systems and managerial accountability and risk management practices have a slightly more weight in the assessment, but broadly it's reasonably distributed across the 8 sub-indicators in terms of those values. Okay, so I'm going to dive into each of these sub-indicators and go through the criteria. So when we're looking at sub-indicator 1, which is about the regulatory framework and development of policy for internal control, here we have 8 criteria that we're looking to assess. And the first one is fairly straightforward, whether there are regulations in place for implementing internal control and whether they're applicable to all central government bodies. Fairly straightforward. Secondly, the second sub-indicator, criteria, is around whether there are internal control guidelines and instructions which have been issued and whether they also apply to all central government bodies. So you can see that we're looking at this from the perspective of central government only. So we're not taking this down in our assessments, in our work, to local government and other subnational governments. Although I would say that the concept should be equally applicable in that regard, but in terms of what we're looking at. Then criteria 3 is whether the government has adopted a comprehensive plan for strengthening internal control. And then criteria 4 and 5 are whether that plan includes internal control activities to reform, to enhance managerial accountability, and whether the plan includes strengthening things around activities around budget management. And then criteria 6 is also about whether the plan looks to strengthen internal control activities around the responsibility of agencies and ministries other than, okay. The wording is quite hard to, okay, yeah, so it's whether the plan includes activities across the ministries and other agencies responsible for who have to implement internal control and not just the Ministry of Finance or the CHU. Criteria 7 is whether the plan for strengthening internal control addresses significant cross-cutting issues that may affect many ministries and institutions. Then finally, the last part of this sub-indicator assessment, the class criteria, is about whether that plan has been implemented in terms of the development plan for internal control has been implemented and the implementation rate of those activities. So we look to measure, look at the plan for the last calendar year and how many of the activities and objectives that were planned have actually been implemented. So in terms of how we assess this, the criteria here under this sub-indicator, we're looking at laws and regulations on internal control, looking at the manuals and guidelines that you have produced or prepared, or the CHUs produced and prepared for ministries and other agencies to implement and adapt. We look at planning documents for the plans around internal control development, which doesn't necessarily need to be a separate PIFC strategy or internal control strategy. We can see that as part of the broader public financial management strategy, where that clearly has a pillar around internal control and strengthening that, and whether the plans and action plans around underpin that strategy are in place. So we're looking at those sort of documentation. And then in terms of measuring the implementation rate, we're looking at the annual report on the implementation of public internal financial control or internal control. That may have been produced by the Central Harmonization Unit to measure that. So that's the regulatory framework and development policy for internal control. Then secondly, the second sub-indicator is around coordination of internal control, and we have 7 criteria here. The first one is around whether all central government bodies actually report annually on their implementation of internal control to the body coordinating internal control. In other words, do ministries, agencies report on how they've implemented internal control to the Central Harmonization Unit? So it's very broad. And secondly, then the question is, the second criteria is around whether using that information from criteria 1, whether a comprehensive report, an overarching report on internal control implementation is then presented to the government at least annually. So, for example, does the Central Harmonization Unit prepare an annual report on internal control, how it's been implemented, hopefully whether internal control is effective across the various ministries in the government? I have to say, we generally don't see it quite, as they're not providing really whether assurance or providing an opinion on whether internal control has been implemented. In our experience from many countries where we assess, they just report on lots of numbers and statistics rather than whether it's actually working effectively. But the question that we ask is whether they produce a comprehensive report on internal control implementation. The criteria 3 is whether the report on internal control implementation includes the monitoring of internal control systems carried out by the CHU, whether the CHU's done some monitoring activities, how it's monitored the work of the various ministries and departments and agencies in developing their internal control systems, and what the outcomes of that. We'd expect the report to include that sort of work. The fourth criteria here is whether this report on internal control implementation also includes a summary of the self-assessments of internal control. So whether it summarizes the self-assessments that each ministry, agency has done on their internal control systems. And then we are under criteria 5 asking whether there's a conclusion drawn in the report on the status and overall functioning of the internal control systems. Yeah, it's probably not as strong as we'd like to see it in most of the reports we see, in terms of they do reach a conclusion, but not generally providing, saying whether there's sufficient assurance in terms of internal control environments that we see. And then finally, criteria 6 is whether this report also includes recommendations to the government on significant cross-cutting issues that should be addressed. And then finally, criteria 7, whether the government issues a conclusion decision at least annually requiring specific action to improve internal control. So most of this sub-indicator on coordination is looking at the reporting on internal control by the various ministries through the CHU, and then the annual reporting to the government on that. So the things that we're basically looking at here are the annual report on implementation of internal control, and we're probably trying to see some of the results of some of the self-assessments, whether they've been from the various ministries have been included in it effectively. And then finally, we're looking to see if there's an actual government decision on the internal control we recommend for actions to be taken. Okay. Okay, adequacy and effectiveness of management and control systems in place. We can see that we have 9 criteria here. Excuse me. So, the first criteria here is about whether central government bodies actually do perform a self-assessment of their financial management and control systems. Do they actually review the internal controls and management systems they have in place on a regular basis, on an annual basis, to ensure that they are content with the systems, that they are assured about the internal control environment that operates, and whether there's any issues to be addressed in their environment. Then criteria 2 is about whether that self-assessment includes aspects of performance. We're not just talking about, so this is not just about financial, it's about overarching performance as well, and whether they're trying to achieving your objectives as an institution or as a unit. Because we have to remember that when we're talking about internal control, we're not talking about internal control for compliance sake generally. We're talking about internal control from helping to ensure that you're performing and achieving your objectives going forward, and that the control environment supports you in doing that. Criteria 3, functioning of internal control in central government bodies. Here we're looking at whether we're looking at whether the CHU actually has concluded about whether internal control is functioning effectively across central government, and reaching a conclusion on that. So we're looking to measure or see what the internal CHU's conclusion is, and allocating points on that basis. Then criteria 4 is, I suppose we're talking about here about internal regulations, acts within individual ministries or agencies, and whether these establish effective accountability lines within the organizations. Are there effective accountability lines from the senior management down to the various departments, units, etc., and reporting arrangements backwards in that sense. Criteria 5 here is about whether management has established clear reporting lines for confidential information. In this regard, we're talking about also things like reporting issues around fraud, whistleblowing, that sort of thing as well. But are there appropriate reporting lines to report on confidential information within the institution? Criteria 6 and 7 reflect on stuff that Ferdinand's already talked about this morning in terms of the Principle 24. But we look at whether there's an effective commitment control system is operational within the government and across the ministries, to ensure that their commitments can't be raised where we don't actually have financial cover or budgetary support. And then obviously helping assess that in terms of criteria 7 is looking at whether central governments would pay, the number of central government bodies with payment arrears. In terms of this one, we're looking at not the amount of payment arrears, but how many central government bodies actually have payment arrears, how many ministries have payment arrears, how many agencies have payment arrears. Criteria 8, we're looking to see whether government bodies are preparing and maintaining information on assets and whether that's updated annually. So we're talking here about fixed assets, whether you maintain that sort of information and whether you update that on a regular basis and financially inspect it. And in terms of the final criteria is criteria 9, and this is one of the survey questions. And as we look here at the perceived usefulness of internal audit recommendations by senior and middle managers. Why are we asking about this question? Well, internal audit should be making recommendations to improve the internal control environment, internal controls and governance arrangements. So we'd like to think that they have some useful recommendations for that. And we're asking managers and senior and middle managers in the civil service whether they consider internal audit recommendations to be useful. Okay. Okay, so in terms of what are we looking at for documents in terms of this? Obviously, again, we're looking at the annual report on implementation of PIFC and internal control. But then again, we also look at 5 sample bodies, 3 ministries and 2 other government entities. I'm trying to remember who they are now. Roads Administration is potentially one, tax administration, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Infrastructure, and Ministry of Education, I think, are the 5 institutions we normally select from any country, but it depends whether you have those institutions when we address it as simply. So the 5 sample bodies, we look at their reporting on internal control implementation and the other documents they send to the Ministry of Finance. There's including their self-assessments or their financial management and control systems. We look at, for those 5 sample bodies, also whether they've established clear reporting lines for things like confidential information and procedures for reporting on confidential information. We look at the acts or documents that establish the internal organization and accountability lines within these institutions. We look for evidence of commitment control systems. We normally rely on our colleagues from the Principle 24 in terms of lots of the work around that. We look for evidence of the number of central government bodies with payment arrears. And then for the 5 sample bodies, we look to find out whether they have up-to-date information on assets, such as an asset register or equivalent. And obviously for that survey question, well, for senior and middle managers, it's the public servant survey that we use for that. Okay. Okay. Everybody's favorite topic, managerial accountability, which is sub-indicator 4. We have 11 criteria here. Gosh. Now, the first criteria here, fairly straightforward, is whether legislation foresees delegation by decision makers. Whether they see delegation of decision making by senior managers to lower levels of management. Whether there's provisions in the law for delegating below minister, below the Secretary General, to other managers, etc. Whether that's in place. Then we have 2 criteria, which we do through the survey of senior and middle managers, where we ask them for their views on whether clear objectives, roles, and responsibilities are assigned within the organization. And then we also ask them their perception of empowerment of middle managers in ministries. Now, then we have a number of criteria that ask some specific questions about specific decisions that have been made. So we're asking about whether procurement contracts of low-level purchases are signed below the level of minister, whether recruitment decisions and employment contracts of senior advisors are signed below the level of minister, whether information requests, whether annual leave requests are signed below the level of minister, or whether business trips of staff and members are formally approved below the level of permanent secretary or equivalent, whether approval of training for staff members is authorized below the level of permanent secretary or equivalent, and whether the order of payments or the payments of salaries to the staff of the ministry are signed below the level of minister. So a number of questions where we're trying to find out whether certain decisions are delegated within the institutions below the level of minister, below the level of permanent secretary or general secretary. So that's criteria 4 to 10, where we ask a range of questions around that. And then the final criteria here, criteria 11, is about alignment between management and budget structures, so that there's clearly that budget's allocated based on the management structures, so there's clearly that a budget's allocated to managers who can make decisions on the use of that budget is the theory behind that question, behind that criteria. So what are we looking for when we try to assess this? We're looking at the legislation that provides for delegation of decision making. We're using the public servant survey that we run. It's one of a number of surveys that we run when we're doing the assessments. We've asked the 5 sample bodies, which I talked about, to provide documentary evidence for each of the 7 decisions from criteria 4 to criteria 10 that we're asking. So we're asking for them sample evidence around procurement, recruitment decisions, information requests, annual leave, business trips, etc. We're looking at the organizational structure of the budget institutions that we're assessing, and we'll look at the budget structure. And this is just to give you an insight into some of the results that we see for the decision-making authority and what it was delegated. This is from the Western Balkans 2024 assessment. So those are the 7 criteria from criteria 4 to 10, where we're asking about decision-making and whether that's done below the level of the minister, below the level of the permanent secretary. The dark parts of the donuts is where they have been delegated below, and the lighter part is where they haven't been delegated below. So there's still, in the Western Balkans, quite a bit of work in terms of delegation of decision-making below minister, below secretary general, permanent secretary, to be achieved. Okay. Right. Okay, management information. So there are 2 key parts to this. The first 2 criteria here are about the IT system in place for management information. And the first criteria is about whether there's an authentication system which provides different level of access to access the digitalized management IT system in place. So we're asking whether there's the management information, whether the digitalized management information system has effective access controls. And the second criteria is whether those that information system, whether security and integrity of the data within that are periodically assessed, whether the access controls have been maintained as such. And then we have 3 criteria around the actual information that's been produced by the system, and whether that information on performance and budget execution is prepared regularly for senior management, whether that information includes data on budget data execution, and whether that information for senior management includes non-financial performance information. So that's within the financial year, whether effective information is being provided to senior management on non-financial performance information and financial information. So again, in terms of the approach and the documents we're looking for in this, we're looking at 5 sample bodies again, and asking them to provide data on their secure digital management information systems. For example, their internal instructions, their manuals, showing that systems related to access to IT systems, whether there are security processes and protocols in place, and whether they have any evidence of actual periodical reviews of system security and integrity of data. That could be internal audit, it could be their own IT staff, own IT reviews, could be external reviews to ensure the security of their systems, such like. And then we're looking at whether there's evidence of regular information provided to senior management during the year about budget execution information, financial reporting data, non-financial reporting, performance information, whether those effective management reports are produced. So we're looking for examples of those reports from the five sample bodies that we're talking about, and whether that's done on a regular basis, quarterly, monthly, whatever. Okay. Time are we at? Okay. Everybody's favorite subject, risk management. So here we're looking at the regulatory and completeness of risk management practices, and we have 7 criteria how we're measuring this. The first criteria is whether strategic and operational objectives are specified to enable the identification and assessment of risks for achieving them. So risk management is about helping you to achieve your objectives ultimately. So you need to have objectives defined before you can actually think about the risks to achieving those objectives and how you mitigate them. So that's the first start. So we're looking at whether you identify the strategic and operational objectives that you have. Criteria 2 is risk management is effectively implemented in the organization. Whether you have a risk management policy in place, for example, framework for how you will do risk management across the institution, and what things like risk appetite that you have, how much risk you're willing to accept, that sort of thing. Then criteria 3 is about whether responsibility for conducting risk assessments and taking risk mitigation actions is assigned to management, not to internal auditors. So we're looking for that clearly that in terms of the risks identified through the risk management assessment process, you identify somebody responsible for conducting the risk assessments on a regular basis, and also then people who are responsible for taking actions to mitigate the risks identified are clearly identified and defined as well. And it says not in the internal auditors, but we sometimes see that the internal auditors seem to get the job of doing the risk assessment. It should be a management role to assess their risks that they face to their institution faces in achieving their objectives. That is the theory behind it. It shouldn't be internal audit. Internal audit can provide advice, no doubt about it, but an internal audit risk assessment is probably slightly different. Okay. Criteria 4 is about, we would expect risks to be assessed at least annually by organizations. I would hope it would be done more regularly, but the minimum expectation would be that risks are assessed at least annually in the organizations. And our criteria 5 follows on from criteria 1 about the objectives. So in criteria 5, we're asking that the risk assessment is carried out against all the objectives of the organization that have been identified. Criteria 6 is then in terms of risk mitigation measures, and it's asking whether responsible persons are defined for at least significant risks. So we're expecting to see that for all significant risks identified, there is one person or somebody defined to address those risks, or responsible for mitigating those risks and taking measures to address them. And finally, criteria 7 is about whether residual risks are reported at least annually in the organization. So any risks that are still outstanding or residual are still reported to within the organization on an annual basis. So in terms of how we approach this and assess it, we look at 5 sample institutions again, and we ask from them evidence of the strategic and operational objectives that they established, whether that's in a strategic plan or other plans. We ask them to provide us with a copy of their risk management policy or the risk management framework they have established. And then in terms of the actual risks identified, we ask to see what would normally be called a risk register or something equivalent to that, a register that identifies all the risks that have been identified in the institution. And in line with that, we look at whether the plan has been produced, a risk mitigation plan, which says how you will address those risks, whether you will just accept it and what plans you will to mitigate it, or whether just do nothing and just you leave it. Then in terms of implementation of those plans, we're asking for evidence of any relevant mitigation activities that have been undertaken. And then finally, the reporting on risks at the end of the year and whether what the position is in terms of residual risks at that point. Okay. So this is just a quick snapshot of the 5 of the Western Balkans. It's all public information, so I'm not sharing anything that's not been shared anywhere else. But you can see that Albania and Kosovo say they're doing a really good job and doing everything. I'm slightly cynical in my experience, but then Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia are doing not very well in terms of risk management. Just for a flavour, I think you'll probably find it's a little bit in between for all of them, but in reality, but I'm always cynical. I see lots of tick marks. I'm an auditor. I don't believe anybody. Okay, right. Sub-indicator 7 is about institutional accountability. And the accountability between ministries and their subordinate bodies in large extent. So we have 10 criteria here. The first one is whether ministries are responsible for the coordination of the budget preparation within their sectors. So this goes back to the discussion about first-line budget organizations that we had earlier. So we expect, for example, ministries like ministries of health are responsible for coordinating the budget preparation of their sector, so all the other subordinate bodies or other health bodies, their budgets would flow through them. Criteria 2 is one of the criteria that he had earlier on. It's about, so it impacts institutional accountability. It's about whether first-level budget organizations that are not ministries or constitutional bodies. So it's exactly the same. There's a bit of that across if you look at the whole of our principles and our indicators, there's a bit of commonality between, not just within PFM, but across PFM and other areas like accountability and organization. We use similar criteria, or the same criteria, to assess slightly different things. So criteria 3 is then about the annual planning and activity reporting of subordinate bodies, and whether they submit these to their responsible ministry, whether they submit their plan and their activity reports to their ministry. Criteria 4 further builds on that, and whether the annual plan of the subordinate body contains specific objectives and measurable targets at an output level. And then criteria 5 is whether that plan includes objectives and measurable targets at an outcome level. Criteria 6 looks at whether the annual report of the subordinate body contains information on outputs against predefined objectives and targets. And then criteria 7 is the same, but in terms of outcomes, not just outputs. Criteria 8 is about whether there's evidence of performance dialogue between the ministry and the body, the subordinate body. So in terms of setting out their annual plan, in terms of their objectives and their targets, we're looking here in criteria 8 whether that production of that plan by the subordinate body was part of a performance dialogue with their relevant ministry in terms of setting those objectives and those targets and measurable and outputs, an output and outcome level. And then criteria 9 and 10 are about state-owned enterprises. And so criteria 9 is asking whether the annual business plan and key financial performance indicators for state-owned enterprises are agreed with their ministry. So are they actually agreeing their performance targets with their ministry or their sponsoring ministry? And then we're asking whether the progress of the, under criteria 10, whether the progress of the state-owned enterprises in achieving their financial performance indicators is monitored by a specific unit within the ministry, within their sponsoring ministry, at least annually as well. So it's whether, so we're basically looking at whether there is actual effective monitoring of the performance of state-owned enterprises by the government and the relevant ministries. So in terms of what we're looking at here, in terms of documents and approach, obviously elements of the organic budget law, and budget instruction and budget circular, for in terms of the criteria 1 and 2 and the list of first level budget organizations. Then we're looking for a sample of selected subordinate bodies. We're looking at their annual plans and their activity reports. We're looking for the latest annual report of the subordinate bodies that we're selected for samples. We're looking for those subordinate bodies that sample again of evidence of performance dialogue. And then in terms of the state-owned enterprises, we're looking, for example, evidence of, well, we're looking for data provided on the state-owned enterprises' annual business plans and key performance indicators, and evidence that has been agreed with the parent ministry, and the evidence of monitoring of the state-owned enterprises by their responsible unit in the parent ministry as well. And we've already seen this one today. Obviously, Ferdinand and myself did not talk to each other before preparing our parts of our presentation, because we have exactly the same slide. So I'm not going to repeat it, but we had this discussion earlier. So,
Excuse me, and I have one question. Can we go before to the previous? And here, talking about specific objectives and targets, basically in case of bodies that are coordinated by the Ministry of Finance, for example, in annual plan, they just have measures, but they have objectives and targets in budget programs, for example, or in KPIs for the heads of the bodies. In that situation, would you consider them like substantial input for, or it's strictly like a requirement that it should be only in annual plan and not in the other related documents?
we're really looking to see whether performance objectives have been agreed between the ministry and the subordinate bodies.
Yes.
So
It's a part of the overall supervisory function of the ministry. They are agreed.
So,
yes,
you know,
definitely.
I have to obviously see in detail what was there, etc. But in theory, I don't think there's an issue, particularly as long as there's if they have agreed objectives, performance targets, measures in place, and then there's a dialogue about those measures between the ministry and the subordinate bodies, I think, that's fine. We'd like to think that a subordinate body would have its own plan about how it's going to achieve everything, etc. Because you can set out the objectives in the performance budgeting, but you probably want to have actually how they're going to achieve it. But that's by the by. I think it should be sufficient. But I'm not going to prejudge. But as long as there's clear performance targets which are agreed and measured, and then the reporting on that, and that's measured on an annual basis, at least, I think sounds like it should be okay. Interesting. Most of the assessment of these parts is done by our colleagues who do the accountability, organization, and whatever else area, and we just rely on their work. So, yeah, but it sounds like it should be sufficient. If I'll be honest, if you're doing program budgeting effectively, it should be. It should be.
Yes, exactly. That was my question, that it's a part of performance budgeting.
Yeah, but the reality is we don't see many effective performance budgeting in most countries.
Yes, in reality, effective performance budgeting, it's a big challenge, yes.
Yeah. So that's the biggest challenge, So if that's working well, yeah, maybe. But, okay. Right, and then my least favorite topic, regulatory and fraud management. We have 6 criteria here. Criteria 1 is a survey question, again, and which is a perception of awareness of irregularities and fraud by civil servants. And I'm going to actually look at the specific question. What do we actually ask? If you give me a second. Oh, gosh. Yep. So the question we asked for this survey, for this criteria about perceptions of awareness on irregularities and fraud by civil servants is, to what extent do you agree with the following statement? If in the exercise of my work in the organization, I become aware of a case of an unethical irregularity or potential fraud, I know how to report it. So that's the question we ask civil servants in terms of this, whether they know how to actually address or deal with awareness or irregularities and fraud that are identified in the normal course of their work. Criteria 2 is actually a bit of a follow-on from the criteria on risk management, because here we're asking whether the organization assesses irregularity and fraud risks and adopts the necessary mitigating actions. So the reality is we think in terms of how you're approaching this will be part of your risk management activities already as we assess under sub-indicator 6. But here we ask a specific question about the risks around fraud and irregularities. Criteria 3 here is about whether there's a procedure for reporting on irregularities and respected fraud, and with clear responsibilities assigned in the organization. So we're basically looking to see whether institutions have a clearly defined policy or procedure for reporting on irregularities and suspected of fraud, and that somebody in the institution is responsible for handling those issues once they're reported. And then criteria 4 is about whether there is a systems or practices in place for addressing those irregularities and fraud once they're detected. So it's asking whether irregularity cases detected are addressed within the organization or by the Ministry of Finance and its specialized administration. So whether there are ways to effectively address and deal with any cases of irregularity and fraud done. Criteria 5 is looking about whether reporting of irregularities is effective, whether it actually operates in practice, whether there are procedures and whether they actually are any cases or incidences of fraud and irregularities being reported within the institution. And then criteria 6 is about coordination between and cooperation between bodies responsible for addressing, between the bodies responsible related to irregularities and suspected fraud are established, whether there's arrangements for effective coordination and cooperation. So again, in terms of what we're looking at and how we assess this, we're looking at the 5 sample bodies again, and whether the risk register or risk assessment documentations addresses issues around irregularities and fraud risks, whether the sample bodies have procedures in place for reporting on irregularities and suspected fraud, documented procedures, practices, and policies, whether there is information and reporting on irregularities and cases identified, whether each of the 5 institutions actually have identified and reported on cases of irregularity and fraud. It's interesting to see that often we see that very few of the institutions we've looked at have actually done any reported any cases of irregularity and fraud. And then any information on the mechanisms for coordination and cooperation between all the bodies about irregularity and fraud. So this is, we haven't really looked at this. This is the questionnaire that we asked people to fill in. This is just one page. It's not, this is not related to PFM. I couldn't find a clean questionnaire to get pictures of to share. But for internal control, we ask 13 general questions in our questionnaire when we're doing the assessments for information from the CHU and Ministry of Finance. Then from the 5 sample bodies we selected, we asked them 21 different questions each about various aspects of risk management, to their internal control arrangements and such like in the information. And the questions are in a variety of different forms. We ask you to attach documents, for example, laws and regulations on internal control, on delegation of duty responsibilities, risk management, all these sort of things. And then maybe some tables to be filled in as well. So when we're doing the assessments, this is the sort of information we ask. And this is the format of the system we use, which we ask you to fill in. Looks like that. It's got boxes for free narrative for you to type in text, and also to drop in and link files and documents to. So there's just different examples. Right. And finally, this is for internal control and management and internal control. This was the results from the Western Balkans Western Balkans assessment in 2024 against all the various criteria I've just mentioned. And you can see in terms of performance, in terms of the framework and the coordination, so the regulatory framework, the effective coordination by the Central Harmonization Unit, fairly positive results, are doing okay. But then when it comes to actually implementing effective internal control arrangements, risk management, managerial accountability, institutional accountability, everything reporting on internal control, the results are significantly weaker in terms of that. And this has been our experience for last assessment, the assessment before that, the assessment before that, and the assessment before that, probably. So this is one of the areas within the principles which has always been a challenge, is the implementation of the internal control arrangements. Legal frameworks, etc., and the coordination have been fine for ages, but the actual implementation of them has been much more challenging. Okay, Principle 27, internal audit. So what are we looking at here in this principle? We're focusing on whether internal audit improves the management of public administration bodies. Ultimately, whether internal audit has an impact to help the public administration in delivering their objectives through improvements in their governance, internal control, and risk management arrangements. So, Principle 27, I break it down into covering 3 main sort of areas. I'll go into the various sub-principles shortly, but the 3 key areas we see in terms of what we're looking to assess are around independence, coordination, and purpose. So, this is where I see the typos in my presentation. We're looking at this, not the independence of the Supreme Audit Institution. We're looking at the independence of internal audit. I've made a mistake in my slide, so I apologize for that. But and whether internal audit's implemented consistently throughout the public administration, whether it's coordinated, then about the structure and organization of internal audit, and whether it provides independent objective assurance. Then we look at areas around its audit work, around its planning and its compliance with standards and reporting and recommendations and quality. And then the third sort of broad area we look at in terms of internal audit is around the certification of auditors and their continuous professional development. So I think we have 9 or 10 indicators, sub-principles, sorry. So just quickly running through these. Sub-principle, the first one, sub-principle A, is whether internal audit is implemented consistently throughout the public administration on the basis of operational arrangements established by the legislation in line with the definitions of the Institute of Internal Auditors. So we're basically looking at the legislative and regulatory framework for internal audit within the country. Then The second, or sub-principle B, is whether the government harmonizes and coordinates internal audit at a central level, issuing regulations, methodological guidance, etc., throughout the public sector. So basically, whether there's an organization like the Central Harmonization Unit that provides guidance on implementation of internal audit throughout the country, throughout the government. Then sub-principle C, or the third one, is that this is new. When we're asking the question, or looking to assess whether the structure and organization of internal audit function can be adapted to the type, size, and complexity of the institution. This includes the possibility of shared internal audit services. So this is looking at the organization and structure of internal audit. It's saying you don't have to have an internal audit unit in each individual body, which has been the sort of policy that's been employed in many countries. It's saying that internal audit can be organized how you see it, in terms of it could be a centralized system, it can be on a sectoral basis, it could be contracted out if you really wanted to the private sector, to other providers. But it reflects how the nature of your public sector, and it meets the needs of your requirements. So there's no one way for organizing internal audit in the government. So then the fourth sub-principle, number D is whether internal audit provides independent and objective assurance, reporting directly to the head of the organization. So this is about their independence as auditors and their line for reporting. The fifth fifth sub-principle is principle E. So this is about whether all bodies have an up-to-date and formally approved strategic plan for the implementation of internal audit, and whether annual plans prepared by internal audit cover the entire organization, are based on an assessment of the effective operation of the organization's risk management, governance, internal control, and reporting, including a variety of audit topics. It's a lot of words, but it's basically saying internal audit planning, strategic planning, and operational planning is effective. That's what we're looking for in terms of that. Sub-principle F is whether internal audit units conduct and report on their audits in accordance with the internal audit standards, manuals, and code of ethics, which are consistent with the guidelines of the Institute of Internal Auditors. So basically whether you're conducting and reporting your audits in line with the international standards for internal audit. Sub-principle G is about the implementation of internal audit recommendations, and whether they are implemented by senior managers in the institutions being audited, and whether also there is a systematic follow-up and monitoring of the acceptance and implementation of recommendations made by the internal auditors. Sub-principle H is about whether internal auditors hold recognized national or globally recognized certificates, like from the Institute of Internal Auditors, whether they hold that international certificate, or whether there's a national scheme in place to certify internal auditors. And secondly, it's also about ensuring that there's continuous professional development plans in place for internal auditors and that they actually apply it. Sub-principle I, internal quality assurance and periodic external quality assessment continuously improve the quality of internal audit. This is about whether you have effective quality assurance systems in place to ensure the quality of internal audit, again, in line with the expectations and requirements of the international standards on internal audit. And the final sub-principle, which is a new one, is where financial inspection exists, it is complementary to the role of internal audit. So we're not actually assessing financial inspection. We are assessing internal audit, but the principle here is that where it does exist, financial inspection, it doesn't get in the way or affect the implementation of internal audit across the public administration. And as you'll come to see when we do the assessment of the indicators, we don't actually measure this because we're looking to assess internal audit. We're not looking to assess financial inspection. We're looking to assess the implementation of internal audit. But it would be interesting to know if who's aware of, who has more influence. I'm not sure if it's influence, but awareness is, what's the awareness of, for example, internal audit across the public administration, or compared to the awareness of the State Audit Service? We'd be interested to know, because it's an area we've been assessing recently. Do we all know about internal audit units or their work, or are we more aware of the State Audit Service? Anybody want to venture forth and tell me? No? No. No, nobody's wanting to say. I can see people. Go on. No? No, okay. Okay. Well, we don't actually have an indicator, a sub-indicator for financial inspection. We don't measure its effectiveness. We just make sure it doesn't get, we're looking to make sure it doesn't get in the way of internal audit's development, because EU policy is about having an effective internal audit. Financial inspection services are not part of EU policy or EU requirements. The issue that we find continually run into is that the development of internal audit has been impeded to a degree by financial inspection or other inspectorates and such like in many countries. Okay. So here we have the indicators and the sub-indicators assessing the adequacy of the operational framework for internal audit, sorry, and its functioning in practice. Again, near enough a one-to-one correlation with the sub-principles that we have. Greatest weight is attached to sub-indicator 4 around the independence and objectivity of internal audit, to make sure that it actually is an independent service, providing independent advice and assurance to management. And then also the follow-up and implementation of audit recommendations. It is the one way of measuring the impact of internal audit, whether the recommendations are actually effectively implemented. So for that reason, it has significant weight in the process, in the assessment. Okay. Right. Let's quickly run through all the sub-indicators. Right. Sub-indicator 1, adequacy of the regulatory framework for internal audit. Well, unsurprisingly, we're looking at laws and regulations here. So first criteria, the legislation specifies the functional independence of the internal audit service. Sub-criteria 2, the legislation specifies the internal audit's powers and duties. Sub-criteria 3, the legislation specifies the minimum organizational requirements and size of units. Criteria 4, the legislation allows for internal audit requirements to differ depending on the type and size of the organization. Criteria 5, legislation stipulates internal audit standards applicable. Criteria 6, legislation stipulates the reporting requirements for internal audit. Criteria 7 is looking at ensuring legislation stipulates a code of ethics for internal audit. Criteria 8 is whether the legislation stipulates around internal audit certification, the certification of the auditors. Then criteria 9 looks to measure whether the legislation is applicable for internal audits, applicable to all central government bodies or not. And then criteria 10 is looking at the code of ethics that's in place for internal auditors, and whether this covers the main aspects for governing the internal auditor's conduct. So, as you'd expect, in terms of this sub-indicator, we're looking mainly at the internal audit legislation that's in place, whether that meets all the requirements we set out in these criteria. There may be some other relevant laws and regulations that may impact on internal audit. It could be the law on civil service may have some impact. Law on maybe a specific civil servants code of conduct they have to apply to. But then also we're looking at the code of ethics that they have in place for the internal auditors, and whether that covers the main aspects we'd expect to see for an internal auditor's code of conduct, code of ethics, which the Institute of Internal Auditors stipulate the specific requirements you'd expect in terms of that code of ethics. So fairly straightforward and self-explanatory in terms of what we're looking at there. So sub-indicator 2 is about the coordination, development, and guidance of the internal audit system. So it's similar to the second sub-indicator we had for internal control. We're looking here about how the Central Harmonization Unit effectively coordinates the work around internal audit. So again, under criteria 1, we're looking here to see whether there's an up-to-date and approved plan for development or further improvement of internal audit. There's a development plan for ensuring internal audit across the government is improved, developed, etc. And then the criteria 2 is linked to that, is we're assessing the implementation rate of that plan for the improvement of internal audit. How many of the activities and other factors are included in that improvement plan are actually implemented in the last calendar year is what we're looking at there. Criteria 3 is looking about, criteria 3 and 4 actually looking at whether internal audit manuals have been prepared and developed by the Central Harmonization Unit for implementation by government internal auditors, and whether those manuals and guidance are consistent with the guidance provided by the Institute of Internal Audit or equivalent national standards that have been developed. Criteria 5 is around whether the Central Harmonization Unit itself organizes coordination activities with heads of internal audit units. So it's ensuring that there is effective coordination and cooperation between internal audit units across the government sector to the heads and effectively talk and discuss issues of key importance and challenges that they all face, for example. And finally, criteria 6 is whether the annual report on internal audit development reports on progress in the quality of internal audit. So much like we see for internal control, we'd expect the CHU to produce an annual report on the development of internal audit, and that would report on the developed progress that internal audit is making in terms of its quality of its work. So in terms of the documents we're looking at, and as we assess this, we're looking at the development plan for the improvement of internal audit. The annual report on the internal audit development is probably part of the same report as internal control and probably called the Public Internal Financial Control Annual Report. We're looking at the internal audit guidance and manuals that have been produced and prepared by the Central Harmonization Unit or similar body. And then we're looking for documents, information, minutes, agendas to be provided by the Central Harmonization Unit on meetings with heads of internal audit units. Okay, so that's the coordination and development and guidance of the internal audit system. Criteria sub-indicator 3 looks at the organizational capacity for internal audit. Is it sufficient to provide an internal audit to the government? So we're looking to see whether internal audit is established across the central government bodies, and then whether internal audit units are staffed according to the legal requirements for the country or have at least 2 auditors. We're basing our assessment here on information generally provided by the Ministry of Finance or the Central Harmonization Unit in its annual reports on the number of central government bodies where an internal audit function is established, and then on the staffing of those internal audit units established in the central government bodies. Why do we, in criteria 2, say according to legal requirements and at least have at least 2 auditors? To deliver internal audit in an internal audit unit with 1 person in line of international standards, shall we say, is extremely challenging. It's not impossible, but it's extremely challenging. So we'd expect at least 2 auditors to be able to do something effective. And this is just to show you the results around coverage and staffing of internal audit units from Western Balkans. And we see that most countries have, most central government entities have internal audit delivered in some way or another, not necessarily all of independent separate internal audit units in each institution. Sometimes the Ministry of Finance internal audit unit provides services to other agencies, a couple of ministries and things like that. But we see quite a few, they're doing okay on that. There are a couple of outliers in terms of ensuring effective internal audit coverage in North Macedonia and Serbia. The bigger challenge we see is the staffing of internal audit units across all countries apart from Albania. And we're not going to make any judgment of the Albania result. Ferry and I are a bit cynical about whether that's actually true 100%. I'd be surprised, but anyway, it is what it is. But we see that there is a huge issue and challenge for internal audit units to be staffed appropriately in line with their standards, or according to have at least 2 auditors. We see many internal audit units with 1 person. In some cases, there's internal audit units technically established, but there's no staff, so it's not operating effectively. Okay, sub-indicator 4 is around independence and objectivity of the internal audit. And all these 5 criteria are assessed through a survey of internal auditors in the administration. We ask questions to help us assess these 5 criteria. First, whether the head of internal audit reports directly to the head of the organization or to the management board, if there's a management board in place, in line with the expectations of international standards. We ask also whether, second criteria here is about whether internal audit does not have decision-making or operational roles that might lead to impairment of independence and objectivity. So basically, we're assessing whether the internal audit team are doing other functions apart from internal audit, which could compromise their independence as auditors. The third criteria we ask the auditors about is around internal audit being subject to interference in determining the scope of its auditing, performing its work, and communicating its results. So we ask auditors whether they've been subject to any interference in defining their audit plans, what the scope of that work is, and conducting that work, because any interference would be undermine their independence. The fourth criteria is about whether internal audit has its own systems and processes to identify and manage potential conflicts of interest of its staff in individual audit assignments. So whether staff allocated to do certain audits have a potential conflict, i.e. there's maybe a relation works in the area that have been asked to audit or such like, or they have a financial interest in something. So we're making sure that asking whether they have systems in place to manage those potential conflicts. And the final criteria, the fifth criteria here, is about restrictions to accessing records, personnel, and property in the last 3 years. So we ask the internal auditors whether they've been prevented from accessing specific records, or speaking to personnel, or gaining access to the buildings of the institutions that they are auditing, and whether they've had any of those in the last 3 years. So those are all assessed through a survey questions to the internal auditors. Okay. Sub-indicator 5, about the strength of planning of internal audit and budget organizations. So here we're looking at the strategic and operational planning of internal auditors. So the first criteria here is about whether there's a strategic plan for the internal audit in terms of the focus of their work and how they're going to conduct it over the period of time. Then the second criteria is about whether, for those central government bodies with internal audit, the internal audit function prepares an annual audit plan, and which sets out the work that they will actually do, the specific audits that they will actually do. These first two criteria, we assess that information based on data from the Central Harmonization Unit, who have collected information from the internal audit units about the strategic plans and annual plans that they prepared. We measure the percentage of them that have actually prepared a strategic plan, and the percentage of the internal audit units have prepared an annual operational plan, annual audit plan as well. Then for questions, criteria 3, 4, and 5, we're looking at the actual specific audit plans for 5 sample institutions again. We're looking at whether those audit plans are prepared in line with the national legal requirements, so in line with any specific requirements laid out in the regulatory framework, potentially. Whether those audit plans are prepared in conformity with internal audit standards, so they set out whether those plans are prepared in line with the expectations that we see in the standards for planning. And whether those audit plans are based on a risk assessment for which the audit universe covers all departments and processes in the organization.
Excuse me, I have a question. In that risk assessment, is it the same that was risk assessment for internal control system, or it's a separate?
This is an assessment, a risk assessment conducted by the internal auditors.
So it's not the same, it's separate.
No, it's separate. So in terms, the audit work that internal should be done on their assessment of risk. There should be risk-focused audits, risk-based audit processes, what we talk about. So they should be assessing the risks to governance, effective control, and risk management, actually, to conducting those effectively. So that they do an independent assess. They should be using the risk register and the risks developed by management. They should be using that to inform their risk assessment and help them identify what audit areas they should be looking at. But it's an independent objective assessment they have themselves to help them develop their audit plan. So it should not be done in isolation from that. So it should build on what the management have done for risk assessment. To be honest, it'd be fairly stupid not to be honest, to benefit from that. But the international standards for internal audit say that you should do an assessment, a risk assessment, to develop your internal audit plan and what topics you should look at. And criteria 6 is basically ensuring that internal audit evaluates the governance, risk management, and control processes in the organization using a systemic approach. That's a requirement of the international standards, is what internal audit should be looking at in terms of their work and the governance of the institution, the risk management arrangements, and the control arrangements in place. So they should be assessing the risks around that. So, as I said, we use CHRU data on internal audit units and central government bodies around the number of plans that have been prepared. And for the last 4 criteria there, we look at the internal audit plans that have been produced and also the risk assessment that the internal audit units have done to develop their plans and whether that covers all aspects of the work of the institution that they audit. Sub-indicator 6 is around the quality of audit reporting. So again, here we're going to, so the first 2 criteria here are we look at asking whether internal audit reports include objective and scope definitions, clearly defining them, and whether the audit reports include recommendations, references, and explanations of the evidence backing up the recommendations. So we're basically looking at, again here, we're looking at 5 sample institutions, looking at a recent audit report from them, and whether they meet all this criteria in terms of what those reports include. And I will reference that these are the things that the internal audit standards specify should be included in any sort of reporting on internal audit. They should include, clearly define the objective and scope of the audit, and also include clear recommendations with evidence to back up those recommendations that they're being making. And the last 2 criteria here are the draft audit report is discussed with the auditee, who can make comments in writing before the final report is issued. There's an expectation that any audit report is discussed with the auditee so that they can provide feedback, correct any factual inaccuracies, argue whether it's a real issue, whatever. And then the final criteria here is about the perceived usefulness of internal audit recommendations by senior managers and middle managers. So those last two criteria, again, are based on surveys of the civil service, not of the auditors, but of the civil service. So we asked the civil service whether they have been able to respond and make comments on the reports that have been issued to them by internal audit. And also, again, we ask them, it's the same question we used for internal control, actually, in terms of whether they see the internal audit recommendations being useful in helping them to improve their management and governance arrangements. Some of the other 7 is about the follow-up and implementation of audit recommendations, and this is fairly straightforward. We're looking at, this is based on data provided by the CHU on these factors. We're asking whether internal audit recommendations are followed up by the internal audit units within 1 year of being issued. Then we're looking to measure the percentage of those that have been followed up. Criteria 2 is about the number of internal audit recommendations that have been accepted by the auditees. We're asking again the percentage of those that have been accepted. As I would tell any manager, you don't have to agree or accept all the recommendations of internal audit. You should know your business better than the internal audit, so you may think some of their recommendations are not appropriate, and you don't have to accept them. So we actually a measure of the quality of internal audit recommendations generally could be considered whether all of them are accepted or not. So that regard. And then in terms of actual impact, we're looking under criteria 3 on terms of the implementation rate of the internal audit recommendations that have been accepted by the auditee. So again, we're looking here for data that's been collected by the Central Harmonization Unit on the number of recommendations that have been followed up during the year, number of internal audit recommendations have been accepted, and the number of internal audit recommendations that have been implemented. Okay. And I thought I'd have a chart. And here we go. And here is the results from the Western Balkans from the last 2 assessments we've done in the Western Balkans. You know, we're sort of averaging around 50%. There's been, I was going to say there's been a slight improvement, but not in all cases. Some cases it went backwards. So the rate of implementation rate of internal audit, sorry, I'll try and say that again. The implementation rate of internal audit recommendations across both the last 2 assessments is roughly around 50%, or around that. And then we asked the questions around certification and professional development. This is about ensuring we have professional and qualified internal auditors conducting the work of internal audit. So the first criteria here, again, we're looking at the percentage of internal auditors that hold a national or international certificate. So whether they have a certificate based on some national audit qualification, or in line, or some of them maybe have the certificate from the Institute of Internal Auditors to be a certified internal auditor. Then criteria 2, we're looking at whether there's a professional development program that exists, whether there's a program to maintain and develop the knowledge of the internal auditors. And then criteria 3 is the implementation rate of that professional development program. How many of the activities, etc., of that program have actually been implemented throughout the course of the programming period. And another chart. Here's in terms of certification and professional development, the number of internal auditors holding national or international certificates in the Western Balkan countries. So we can see there were quite a few countries, but doing pretty well, high percentages. There's one clear outlier, but their system is being reformed, as I understand it. And The other country is probably has most challenges, the biggest one, and so they're still developing. And I think this is the final sub-indicator. Yeah. And this is about whether there's an existence of a system for quality assurance of internal audit. Another specific requirement of the international standards is that there's a quality assurance system in place. So here we have 4 criteria in which we assess this. Firstly, we're asking whether there's a formal procedure is established for national quality assurance scheme. And then we're looking at whether the process, the procedure, the quality assurance procedure is actually in line with the international internal audit standards, the international standards. And then we're looking at 2 aspects of a quality assurance scheme or procedure. Firstly, internal assessments. We'd be looking at whether how many internal assessments have been carried out, internal audit units during the last full calendar year. There is an expectation in the standards that each internal audit unit does an assessment of the quality of its work and how it's been performing over the last year. And then the last criteria is around external assessments and how many of those have been carried out in internal audit units during the last 5 years. Again, the international standards set out an expectation that each internal audit unit is subject to an external assessment of whether it's conforming or meeting the requirements of the international internal audit standards. So in terms of what we're looking at here, in terms of how we assess this, we're looking at the formal procedures for national quality assurance scheme, whether there's a procedure or a policy in place for that. And then in terms of internal assessments or external assessments, we're looking to gather data from the central harmonization unit of the number of internal assessments and external assessments, or number of internal assessments that have been carried out in the last full calendar year, and in terms of external assessments, the number of those that have been carried out during the last 5 calendar years. Okay, and again, so that's all the indicators and sub-indicators, the criteria that I've discussed. In terms of the information we request when we're conducting the assessments, we send out the 16 general questions we ask the Central Harmonization Unit to complete about internal audit, legal framework, and their monitoring and reporting on it. And then for each of the 5 sample bodies, we ask them 6 specific questions, and for documents of things like their audit plans, their audit reports, etc., risk assessments. And again, there's a number of the questions are about just attaching documents like the legal framework, the reports, etc. Sometimes we've asked them to fill in tables, for example, around the number of internal auditors, number of internal audit units within central government, number of internal auditors with certified, that sort of thing. Much like just like for every other principle and indicators that we're looking at. And here we go. Here's a visualization of the results from the Western Balkans in 2024. Again, you see regulatory framework. The legal frameworks are not a problem. They're always fine. They're always doing pretty well. Development coordination is okay. Organizational capacity for internal audit is a challenge. We see that in terms of number of internal auditors, the size of the units, etc. And quality assurance is another aspect which is a big challenge. They're struggling to do internal assessments, and there's very few where there's been any external assessments for the quality of the internal audit units. The other aspects are sort of doing okay, areas for improvement, but it's it's still developing. But there are some positive messages there around independence, internal audit planning, quality of audit reporting, and the follow-up of audit recommendations.